and procedures for Speaker's office. It's pertaining to the email that we received from Byron Shorty. If you could just provide us a quick policy and procedure update regarding your office for your colleagues. We could add that under report. Greatly appreciate that.
Item number D, policy and honorable Vince James. What email are you referring to? So we know what we need to discuss the topic.
Senate Speaker, thank you. Yesterday we received an email from your staff, and in that email it indicated that as Speaker, you're okay with your colleague going into Speaker's office. In the second paragraph, it contradicted that to where it stated that due to staff being in Speaker's office and for any exposures to COVID-19 for your staff, colleagues, your colleagues cannot enter the Speaker's office. So in regards to that, what is the policies and procedures that you have in place as you being our Speaker? So just a report on that.
Policy on COVID-19. It's an update. Speaker's office update. Office procedures. The COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, are you good with that?
Speaker, my colleagues, I'm receiving a few messages from my colleagues and asking if we could either vote on that on another amendment. And so I'll ask Delegate Vince James if we could move forward with this amendment, and then Doctor, if you could add that as the have an opportunity to identify if this is true, which will need executive session.
Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, can you hold on real quick? Tim, mute everyone else except for Madam Chair Amber Cardi right now.
And actually, when we did this one to them back in February, you can't fill that out and delegate.
Byron.
This is the first on one. Yeah.
Colleagues, numerous different conversations going on.
Yeah. The legislative session. Yeah. Just that copy. This is one copy. Okay. Although, there you go. They accept it.
Am I online?
I'll email it first option. You can push it this way. Okay. So I'll just take it to. Yeah.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. Thank you, staff. So for SHIAD's Delegate Vince James, if we can move forward with this amendment, and if you could offer that amendment separate, so if colleagues want to ask additional questions, and so I just don't want to, if it needs to be an executive session or needs to be moved on the agenda. So I'll just ask if we could just move forward with the amendments that have been proposed, and then go to Delegate Vince James amendment separate. Thank you.
Okay. Back back to the same motion with two additions.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. I have a request for modify.
With that, Ms. Slater, go ahead.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater with a request to modify.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker. Tonight, I have a request to add a new 5A and then successively renumber the reports for a report from the Attorney General, Doreen McPaul, on the unlawful use of the President's line item veto.
Mute.
Honorable Slater. Your amendment then would be new under 5 receiving report would be the new A and a report on the President's use of line item veto for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, or actually from the Navajo Nation Attorney General, Ms. Doreen McPaul, correct?
Yes, from the Attorney General, not from the Department of Justice.
Okay, from the Attorney General. And this would be a new item A.
Yes, 5A. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, request to modify.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I will accept that modification. Thank you.
Okay. With that, colleagues, any more comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going once, going twice.
Speaker, this is Chair. This is Daniel.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning, Chair. I don't know my colleagues, I don't know your staff, I don't know people that are on the line listening. This is Delegate Herman Daniels. Talking to the amendment. When we do amendments, modification I would feel comfortable, yeah. One at a time, I would feel comfortable, but so yes, so it is Chair. Thank you.
Speaker, Navajo Nation Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, I guess there's a motion to modify just to do individual amendments rather than all as a bulk. So, request to modify.
Speaker Eugene.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we go to Delegate Eugene So? But I do hear Delegate Herman Daniel. So if we could hear from Delegate Eugene So, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I believe this is the reason why we had line item veto back in the days, regards to piggybacking. So I think this the modification part of it is still is the same as how we developed the line item by veto for the president, because the budget we used to piggyback it. Thank you.
Okay, that more of a comment, but Madam Chair, are you so good?
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I appreciate the comments, and I would ask colleagues to look over the council and the committee rules of order. We are in order in terms of adding items to our agenda. We are in order in making these motions, and I do not agree with the opinion that I read in the memos regarding the line item vetoes. And so I'm going to continue with this amendment, and I'd like to add Delegate Vince James' report, but if it could be after the legislation, Speaker, so that could be something as colleagues that, so if it could be before the close of the meeting, that could be an action, that could be an item for this committee to discuss, and if need be an executive session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else online then for comments, questions on Amendment 1. Once, going twice. Oh. Okay, so that will be at the end of the. Okay, I'm Chair. I'm at the end of the meeting. Item number IJ new K will be an update from the Speaker's office. And what's what you're saying, Madam Chair?
Yes, if I'm in order. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, are you good with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any other comment, questions then? If there's none, Mr. Botero or Mr. Rico, you get a second reading?
So, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, amendment number 1 is motion to add new report C from the Office of the Controller on the U.S. Treasury Memo and CARES Act at legislation 0153-20, delete legislation 0135-20 off the agenda. New report from the Navajo Nation Attorney General on the Navajo Nation President's use of the line item veto. Add report after all legislations from the Office of the Speaker on office policies and procedures during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker.
Go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Bigay. Honorable Elmer Bigay. Honorable Paul Bigay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Bigay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Belcrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Belcrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Belcrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Wilson
Green.
Stewart Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Speaker with a vote of 19 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, with 19 favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion on the agenda. Any other comments, questions? Going once. I'll have everybody in the queue.
Speaker,
Twice.
Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead. Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, I was on mute. Thank you, Shanant. I'm Senegate Kodo, Nagray Kodo, Amendment the Davia. Amendment 1, Adonana Kodo. I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda, Kodo. Nagray, I'm looking at the agenda. Legislation 14120 and also legislation 015220. Nagray, I believe we should switch those two, yeah. So the new letter C would be 15220 and the new letter E would be 14120. We should add on legislation 0152 first before 141. So thank you, Chair.
Second that motion.
I was talking to myself, sorry, colleagues. Legislation or amendment to change legislation 152-20 to new item C and legislation 0141-20 to new item E. There's a motion by Honorable Herman Daniels for amendment 2. Second by Honorable Loda. Okay, with that. Any comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Carter.
Chair Cardi, go ahead.
May you please restate that amendment? Thank you.
Honorable Daniels is asking for legislation 015-20, which is item E on our agenda right now, to be moved up to item number C. And then also current item number C, legislation 0141-20, to be considered as new item E. So they just basically switch themselves around.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I have a question.
Chair, go ahead.
Speaker, overriding the president's veto, doesn't that require 2/3 vote? And if that does, then shouldn't that be considered one of the first legislations to be voted on?
Madam Chair, at the committee levels, legislation 0152-20, which is a Navajo Nation President veto override of resolution CJN-49-20, is actually just a simple majority until it gets to Navajo Nation Council, and at that time, that's when it's considered a 2/3 majority vote.
Mute off. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
So this legislation can be anywhere on today's agenda. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Mute off.
Speaker, this is Delegate Jay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I just want to know that because my voting.
I want to know that if you guys got my voting.
Mute your phone.
We found the echo.
Elmer Begay, do you have two phones on?
No, the other one dropped, so.
I know, but are you listening in on the internet too, or something? Because you're getting a feedback.
No, I only have one. I have only one on now. Can you still hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay. Because I tried to call in again, and I don't know. I don't know if I got my voting for main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay, we're not on the main motion yet. We're on amendment
the other one. I mean on Claudia's amendment.
On the last amendment one.
Yeah, I voted green for it.
Bobby called your name twice, and you didn't respond.
Yeah, I did, but I tried calling and it won't.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there bills? There are none at this time. Receiving reports from the Attorney General, Ms. Doreen McPaul, from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on an update on the President's use of the line item veto authority. Colleagues,
I'd like to see.
Colleagues, we did email her.
Speaker, I'm here.
Oh, there. Oh, great.
Yeah, it's Aben.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, honorable delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to the council today. I got the information about the report that was requested today, and I want to ask if we can go into executive session to hear my report.
There's actually two reports, Madam AG. The first report is the Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee just amended the agenda to add on a new A report, and that report indicates that the president, or we should get an update on from the Attorney General, Madam Attorney General Doreen Paul, on the presidential use of line item veto authority. That's the first one. The second one is an update on Department of Justice litigation. So, well, in the first one, does that still need to be going into executive session?
Thank you, Speaker. I think if you're asking me for legal analysis, I would prefer to give that analysis to the council in executive session.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, there's a request. What is the wish of the committee?
Speaker, before you ask the committee, can I ask how long does Madam AG need to provide that information to the committee?
Madam Attorney General?
Thank you. Because I was just added to the agenda this morning, I don't have a prepared report in terms of a time frame, but I can give you at least some preliminary information on how my office is looking at this issue. And I don't think that'll take more than, a few minutes on my end. I imagine there will be questions, so just depending on the duration of the questions, but my comments, I think, will be limited to a few minutes.
Delegate Claudia.
Speaker, Delegate Halona.
Colleagues, sorry, we are having
technical difficulties
here.
Trying to get this information.
Somebody needs to mute their phone. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues.
Speaker Delegate Havana.
Hold on real quick. There was, going back to what Madam Attorney General indicated, that it would probably be no longer than 30 minutes. And then I had Madam Chair Amber Crowdy wanting to say something, then Honorable Helena. Madam Chair Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleagues if we can attempt to ask as many questions in public as possible. I'm trying to understand why we would need to go in executive session regarding this issue in terms of how public the conversation has been. We have public legislation that turns to a resolution. Then we have line item veto memos that are for public consumption. And so I think I would ask my colleagues if we could hear the report in a public setting. And I think it's whether we agree with the position or not, the public should be aware, because my concern when we go in executive session, not only do we hear the information, we can't share that with anybody. And I think when it comes to this kind of situation, there should be something in this report. I mean, even the history, even what do we know, what do we understand, where are we at with this resolution? That should be made in a public setting. And so, if this report was added and Attorney General isn't properly prepared, which is understandable, then do we give her 3 hours for her office to pull something together so that we could provide the public as much information as possible before going directly into an executive session? That would be my ask. And so I want to, I don't think there's been a second, but so then my question would be, is there a legal summary that could be provided to delegates and the public regarding all of the Navajo Cares legislation? Do we have documents that are outlining what sets the foundation for the Navajo Cares Fund? What items are identified that do not meet the People's Initiative or line item veto? And I also believe then in terms of some of these positions is then what is the harm that can be done to our people when CMY-44-20 is not being acknowledged? And then what is setting the foundation for this immediate funds that we need to provide, that our people are desperately in need of? And those are my questions to DOJ. And I think those questions should be answered in a public setting, as any of us on this call have been impacted by the virus, and every one of us on this call has a duty and obligation to provide not only that information to our people, but have them fully understand what is happening and why there is such a delay. And this is why I wanted the controller's report
And we've looked at these issues not just on, what's provided for in the code, what's provided for in the legislation or the line item veto messages, but, also analyzing it from a perspective of fundamental law and looking at, the court decisions with respect to referendums and giving effect to the people's referendum. And so we certainly have looked at those issues. I would like to provide a coherent report, particularly of something of this significance. And I don't know that I can do that now. I don't know that I can do that in 3 hours. I can tell you that for my office, not just TFU, but LU, chapter unit, I mean, we have a lot of folks who have a lot of history with all of these kinds of issues that have provided input. And I don't know that we even have internal consensus here at DOJ on what all these things mean to be able to express externally with any kind of confidence that that our report is either accurate or correct. And so I can share some of what we discussed earlier in this week at a conversation with both attorneys from the legislative and executive branch offices, and sort of what we discussed in that meeting. That's what I was willing to share in executive session, because I thought that we had some consensus on ways that we can move forward, with guidance from and direction from the leadership. So I don't have a report to give today. I can share some insight and thoughts, at least preliminary information, but I would like to do that in executive session. And I'm happy to provide the report that's requested and get input from all of these folks at DOJ that have incredible insight and expertise in these various areas, particularly with respect to fundamental law. But I would need some time to do that. And everybody who's involved in this particular issue is probably already on the phone now. And even if we took a 3-hour break to put something together to provide some general guidance, I think that my folks who are on the phone are covering other parts of the NABI meeting as well. And, I think that we've done our very best to be responsive to the requests of not just this committee, but all the other legislative committees, in putting together sort of, reports without much notice to be able to be responsive. But this one is of such importance and significance that I want to make sure that we are providing accurate information to the council, to the committee, and as well as to the public. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Slater, I'll put you in the queue. I do have Honorable Halona next. Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for all the listeners that are in on Facebook and the public, general public. I want to address the same issue as Ms. Karate did. And then also, I think it would be better off to suit us if we did give Madam Attorney General time to prepare a decent written report instead of having a rush deal on this report. I think it would benefit us better that if we did have given her a little bit more time to research the issue. I don't know if she could do a written report, and send it to us, and then we can bring the issue up
But I think we do need to do it in a public setting, but we need for her to have time so she can do a report, a decent report. So that's my comments there, Speaker, and I think we need to give her a little bit of time to prepare for that. Otherwise, we're going to be unsure and unclear as to what the accuracy of the information will be. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, Pat, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam AG. I have a couple questions. First is, what is the process within the executive branch for issuing the line item vetoes? What sort of legal analysis goes into ensuring that they are consistent with the code and all Navajo Nation laws? Is that handled, or is there any communication with the Department of Justice on them before they're issued? And then, if there isn't any communication with the Department of Justice before they're issued, who are the individuals that are advising the president legally on these matters? And is that coming from the Office of the President and Vice President, or is there some other entity that's providing that legal analysis? And then lastly, who or is the president's line item vetoes that did not strike out monetary amounts, so did not say strike out $55 million, for example, but that included any sort of legislative or policy language, are those outside the scope of the authority granted in the 2009 referendum? And if so, and this would be something I think we should include in this report, and my suggestion is that we ask the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to provide a written report by the three-branch meeting that is supposed to occur tomorrow, because it will impact those discussions, what the repercussions are, what statutes stand or don't. I know that they are, I don't want to say overwhelmed, but there's just so much work that needs to be done in such a quick time frame that they're working on presently. But this should take priority because it will affect the expenditure of these funds and under what authority. So if that written preliminary report could be compiled by tomorrow, and then by the DOJ Attorney General's report on Monday, we could have the full substantial report, and the Attorney General can provide that follow-up at that time. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam AG.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, colleagues, before there was a request at the beginning of the discussion to go into executive session from Madam AG, and it seems like that's not the path that's going right now. So in order for me to move forward in discussing these matters, and it seems like there's going to be more discussion outside of executive session right now and a possibility for recommendations and moving forward. So with that, before I turn it back over to Madam AG, can I get a motion?
A motion for what, Speaker?
Motion is to discuss the report and to discuss these different options on future reporting back to the Navajo Nation Council or Naabik'iyati Committee, Madam Chair, because it seems like that there's some suggestions right now that are being tossed around and being as a recommendation, and it seems like it's just an ongoing discussion on the line item veto, and it seems like the dialogue will continue to move forward in that direction, especially with Madam AG's comments and responses. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. Can we have the AG respond to the questions? And if she indicates that they need to go into executive session on the specific items, then we'll address it then.
Well, Honorable Slater, if before we go back to the dialogue discussion again, I still need a motion.
Oh, yeah.
Because she did present.
Motion. Delegate, we will motion for the report.
Okay.
I can
Motion by
second
Honorable Slater,
Anyone
second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
a second.
Okay, with that, I'll go back to you, Madam Chair. I mean, Honorable Madam AG. Mr. Paul, go ahead.
But, you know, in 2000.
Hey, Speaker, I'm not sure what you want me to do next. I'm sorry.
Oh, there was some questions to you from Honorable Slater. He just wants a response on those questions.
Okay, thank you.
And it's your direction if you want to answer those questions, or if, like Honorable Slater did indicate, if you prefer to answer those questions in executive session.
I think I can address them in open session. Thank you. I think the first question was related to the process within the executive branch for the line item vetoes and the legal analysis that goes into that, and whether Department of Justice is involved in that analysis. And what I will share is that I see the line item vetoes the same time that everyone else does. I don't get a draft for review beforehand, neither does anyone in my office, and we're not involved in the line item veto messages that are provided, when those come out. I see those the same time everyone, usually after everyone else sees them. So that's my response to that question. In terms of the question about the strikeout language beyond the monetary amount, I will share is that is certainly one of the questions that we are looking at in our analysis, and that I will make sure that we include that in our report.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. I have a quick follow-up. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Madam AG, and I appreciate all the effort that your office is putting forward at this time. In regard to the second question, which was on the scope of the line item vetoes, can you give us an indication whether there is a question as to the legality of what I described previously? Because, again, that's going to inform the discussion that we're having today on legislation 144-20 and how to proceed through this process. And even if you don't have the full analysis, I think it's important for us to understand if there is a question on the legality of it from the Department of Justice. So if you can please answer that question. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam AG. Madam Attorney General?
Sorry, Kim was repeating the question here for me, and I was listening to her. I think that the follow-up question was just if that was a legal issue for purposes of the council's discussions today.
Honorable Slater, I don't know if you want to repeat your question.
Yes, thank you. In regard to the question of whether the President's line item vetoes of non-monetary amounts, non-monetary budget items, is there any question or debate within the Department of Justice as to whether those follow the scope of the 2009 referendum? and if they're consistent with all Navajo Nation laws.
Thank you, Delegate Slater, for repeating your question for me. And that's certainly part of what we're looking at in terms of what the referendum provides, what the code provides, and then applying it to the legislation that have been line item vetoes, and really just trying to make sense of three legislations in particular to be able to provide actual guidance to OMB on how OMB proceeds given all of the guidance in the legislation and the line item vetoes. Trying to figure out what trying to guide OMB on what they need to be doing next based on those legislations. So it's certainly part of the question. I mean, we look at the framework of the law to understand what it provides, and then apply the current facts of the situation to that law to be able to provide some guidance. So that is certainly something that we are looking at internally. Thank you.
So the department was not consulted prior to the vetoes and is currently investigating whether they are fully legal.
And let me Speaker, if I could just qualify one thing, because I don't want I want to, if that's the understanding of my comments, and I think it's fairly accurate. The only thing I want to say in addition to that is when there's staffing of the legislation when it comes over to the executive branch, I am invited to those discussions on what the legislation provides, and I am able to provide some input or understanding or describe how DOJ was involved in a particular legislation and what we think it means and that kind of stuff. But I'm not involved in any of the decisions. I don't know what the decision is going to be until everybody else knows what the decision is. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other comments, questions, colleagues? It's fine. If there's no other questions, I guess back to you, Madam E. The follow-up, I think, is two things. One is that it seems like there's a further direction and recommendation that your office is doing right now. Not only one, working together with within the Department of Justice, but two, working with Office of Legislative Counsel and also with the President's legal staff as well, in trying to work towards possible solutions, or even what the opinion will become from the Department of Justice on line item veto. And in that, it seems like 3 hours is not enough for you to get this completed. So I guess my question is, what is the duration for your office to have a response back to members of the Naabik'iyati committee?
Thank you, Speaker. So this is just a question about time frame of when we would have that report ready for Nabi.
Yes.
I think that Delegate Slater requested a report for tomorrow morning. I think that that's probably too soon for us to put together anything beyond maybe an outline. And I think that I'm scheduled to appear before Council on Monday for the quarterly report. I certainly would have more information that I could provide at that time. I do have some personal timing conflicts between now and Monday that make it a little bit of a challenge for me to be greatly involved in this, but I have a team that can certainly do the majority of the work so that I can provide that report. So I would ask if I could provide this report to council, next week. I'm scheduled on Monday. I could do it then, but the more time, the better the report would be. Thank you.
Hey, colleagues.
Speaker?
There's a time frame there. Yes. I don't know. Mahona, go ahead.
I think that would be sufficient, but as soon as they get some materials together, if they could forward that up to all the delegates so that we can have a look at it before she does the report, and then we can formulate our questions accordingly. I think that's probably better so we can get accurate information and let them research it a little bit more in depth. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is a frame, and adding this on, or actually, it would just be a continuation on Monday's discussion when Department of Justice gives a report, and it looks like there's recommendations on that, colleagues. Any further questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to the board, accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green, and I did have a question for the AG.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green. Thank you.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay, with that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Madam AG. Looks like we have you on the agenda here again in a little while, so just, hang around and or we can text you before it comes on again, before you're up again. With that, moving on down, item number B, update report on the revised budget process calendar by Mr. Dominic Bial, Executive Director from the Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Bial, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Is it my time, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bial.
Okay. Good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Speaker, and everyone listening in to the discussion today.
Did they send it out this morning?
My name is Dominic Bial. I'm the Executive Director, Office of Management and Budget, and otherwise known as OMB. We're the office who, by the Appropriations Act and our plan of operation, we're responsible annually for working on the budget calendar and process, and so on and so forth. So, what I want to speak about today is the proposed budget process calendar. So this morning we sent out a version to the council delegates. In the top right-hand corner, it is marked as July 9th. So this particular version came out last week. And I know the speaker wanted me to present this information to the delegates because the budget process that we're recommending, it's going to be a fast-paced process. So we all need to be aware of that and all be on board as far as the timing required and so on. So, first of all, last year, as an example, the fiscal year 20 budget, it was approved on June 3rd, and that's generally speaking about typical in a regular year. But here we are, it's now July 16th, so we're at least 6 weeks behind that particular schedule. Now the reason for that, well, it's really beyond our control, beyond all of our control. And it's simply because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused worldwide, nationally, and of course here on Navajo, that the government is closed down still, and we're at a stay-at-home policy and only have essential employees and essential work being done and so forth. So that has delayed the typical, usual, normal budgeting process and calendar. So the calendars that we've been working on, we've done about 4 or 5 now. We keep pushing it back. We keep pushing it back. But this is the current version. And consistent with the government reopening gradually or transition-wise that would potentially take place on July 27th. If that were to happen, then we can launch and start this budget process again. However, there's a short time frame for it, and so that's what we're going to try to do. Now, we've been in meetings with the branch chiefs, the 3 branch chiefs, about this particular calendar and other details and subject matters associated with the annual budget, like the revenue projections and what amounts to go with for planning purposes and so forth. So the branch chiefs decided to go forward with the budgeting process. And their thinking, their thought, and what they want to do is for all of us as government officials to go forward with the budget, try to get it done, as opposed to having a budget not in place effective October 1st with the new fiscal year, which should that happen, then we would likely have to go into a continuing resolution. But the consensus is we would want to avoid going into a continuing resolution if we can avoid it. So with that, that's a little background about the subject matter. And so now looking at the calendar, I hope you all have it. But it would tentatively start on step number 2, which is the Budget and Finance Committee meeting to approve fiscal year 21 process, revenue projection, the branch planning allocations, the budget manual. As I said before, that typically in years past would be in early June. So this is going to be, as I said, 6 to 7 weeks later. So we're hoping that the B&F committee would meet maybe next Friday, the 24th. And the hope there is that the summer session starts on Monday, is that council would be finished by Wednesday or Thursday. Then the B&F can meet on this topic on Friday. So the budget and the budget instructions manual, the various exhibits are being with the coordination with the council. We can get a drop either, if not today, then tomorrow. So it'll be ready for next Friday. But anyway, as I said, step 2 is when the B&F would meet to officially kick off the budgeting process. Steps 3 all the way to 11 are the internal branch plan, generate the review process, and then the branches finishing their budget proposals. Now, I can let you know that one of the recommendations coming from the branch chiefs is just to use the current fiscal recurring base budget amount is $167 million. So what the branch chiefs are recommending is let's just stay with that number. And the logic there in part would be we can't be overspending because in the future the revenues might be even downwards. So we need to be aware of that, be careful about that. And so now if the budget at 167 million, then the budget generation shouldn't be that difficult in the sense that the numbers are already set. Now, obviously, internal to all the budgets would be some changes for example, the fringe benefit rate is different, so that would have to be recalculated. And then travel rates, mileage rates, etc. Things like that would have to be a part of the budget. Now, on step number 12 is when the oversight committees would meet for your budget hearings. And that, per this calendar, would be the period of August 20th through the 25th. And that period includes a weekend. So the committees, as we head down this path, using this particular calendar, you might have to consider using a day or two in the weekend. But that would be up to you. That would be your choice. But anyway, that would be three working days. So that's the portion that would apply to the Oversight Committee budget hearings. And then from there, the B&F Committee would be meeting for their budget hearings September 2nd through the 8th. That's when they hear from the branch chiefs and then the Oversight Committee on any budget recommendations, conditions of appropriation, and so forth. Now, the Navajo Nation Council would meet roughly the week of September 17th. That's the middle of the week. Now, the Appropriations Act does have a requirement that the Navajo Nation Council should enact a resolution for the budget 20 days prior to the end of the fiscal year. So normally that would be September 10th. So in this case, because we're off to a late start, we're going to have to go beyond that. So it would require a waiver eventually. Now, in fiscal year 18, there was a waiver provided because the council session went into the week following September 10th. So then after that, depending on how long the council takes on the budget, then it would go over to the president for his review, action in final fashion. So that's the time calendar that we have at the moment. Now, as we go forward, again, if we meet with BNF the latter part of next week, this particular calendar can be scrubbed somewhat, revised, and in fact, during a prior presentation with BNF, they thought that for the president's veto action, he should be given the full 10 days. So if we were to set the calendar that way, then we'd have to make some adjustments, 2 or 3 days here and there to accommodate that. But it would eventually be set by the BNF committee as to what the actual calendar would be. This version, as you can see, there's a watermark on it saying draft. So, in conclusion, members of the committee and the listening audience, I know there's a lot of government officials listening. We're short of time. So this particular calendar is going to be, again, as I said at the beginning, very fast-paced. We're going to have to do a thorough job very diligently, including maybe some evening work or perhaps into a weekend or two in order to finish. Now, the preference is, however, let's try to do the budget if we can. And if we don't, then we'll have to consider a potential possible continuing resolution. So that's my message to you, members of the committee, who are also, of course, council delegates. You need to be alerted and aware of this calendar. It's going to take a lot of work. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. That, committee members, colleagues, is there a motion to accept Mr. Bial's report?
Yellow hair motion.
Hello there. Morning, Mr. Yellow Hair.
So shucker. Good morning. Afternoon.
Got the motion by Honorable Yellow Hair. Second by Honorable Eugene So. That, committee members, colleagues, comments, questions? Once. And twice.
Vice Chair Smith.
The Honorable Vice Chair Smith, then Honorable Otto So. Honorable Smith, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and the 24th Navajo Council, Dominic, and those that are listening in on the schedule. Main concern is we don't have a BIM. What's going on? It's being worked on. This is the construction man. It needs to be completed. And we're pressed for time. The way the schedule looks, DNF can adjust that. And I know 19 under the schedule, that's what BNF had brought up, the 10-day grace period, either to let it ride out with the 10-day grace period or a veto or a line item veto. That is a big concern because Navajo Nation Council will have 17th through the 22nd to deliberate this budget. Now, mind you, we're talking about $167 million and just regurgitating the prior budget and trying to get this all taken care of. The consideration is, how do we do the oversight hearings? How do we conduct that? Is the Navajo Nation government going to be open up July 27th as proposed, or is it going to be extended? And if that's extended, then we have limited staff, limited folks, and the committee that oversees these budgets is going to be a new awakening. I'm not being pessimistic about the way the schedule's made, but we should have had this back in June, May, with the BIM, with the write-up, markouts. The legislation dropped. Now we're pressed for time. So, committee members and OMB, Mr. Dominic Bial, when are you going to have that BIM completed? When is it going to be presented so that we can get that incorporated and get a legislation going? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm getting to is that in one of the three branch chiefs agreement, I believe OMB made a statement of there's possibility we could do a CR, and with if OMB is still trying to put together the budget manual and so forth, I believe a continuous resolution. If we're behind, we have to have that on the side to be on the safe side, so that if we don't meet that deadline, that's going to be that's required of the committee it is very, very important that we do have a CR to back us up. And if we don't approve the budget on time, at least we have the CR to at least back us up and have some sort of budget in place until the budget is put in place. I think we can do it, but like I said, time will tell when it comes to the budget hearings. And right now, we're behind. 3 branch chiefs agreement should have happened already, about a month ago. And right now, we are pressed with time. I believe the week is 6 weeks behind. So we have to get this budget process in place, and it requires a lot of coordination with the council and the president's office. And one thing is that, or the executive branch. One thing is, and the judicial branch. One thing is that I guess the safety aspect of those employees that will be called in. I'm not too sure if those employees are deemed essential or are they sent home. Those people that put the budget document together for the program, and that would be an issue. And then the other is that I guess if that's the case, I wish that a press statement would have been made by the 3 branch chiefs to say we recommend to go and move forth with the regular Navajo Nation budgetary process. And because that's all that I was waiting for, see what the 3 branch chiefs were gonna do on the budgetary portion of the FY 2021 budget. And but we have to move on it. That's just my aspects of this. And but we have to have something on the safe side. And I hope that Dominic did indicate in one of those 3 branch chiefs agreement that a CR could be instrumental to be on the safe side until we actually get a budget in place. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to you, Mr. Bial.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Responding to Delegate Smith, the BIM was finished yesterday. And earlier in my remarks, I mentioned that the legislation is being drafted as we speak. And one of the exhibits that would be attached to it would be the BIM. And the other exhibits would be the revenue projections, both the general fund and then the permanent fund income, and so on and so forth. So I said that it could be dropped today. If not today, then certainly by tomorrow. Delegate Otoso was asking about the branch chiefs agreement. The branch chiefs agreement was signed by all 3 of the chiefs, dated July 11th. So it was this past Saturday. And typically that would be one of the exhibits as well to the budget legislation. Delegate, so again, you mentioned the possibility of a continuing resolution. You're correct in that it needs to be prepared in case it becomes necessary. So Delegate Raymond Smith has done that. And that legislation was dropped and in fact has already been considered by the BNF committee. The BNF committee has approved it, but the understanding is we won't push forward with it until it's been deemed necessary, because the annual budgeting process is not going to work. And some of the remarks about, the staffing necessary to come in to do the work, obviously, yes, that's an important consideration. Now, the generation of the budget for this particular calendar would be deemed, I'm sure, essential work. So it would require the essential employees to come in to do that. It's my understanding at the moment that on any given day, about one quarter of the regular workforce is at work anyway, either on site in their regular offices or remotely. Again, but however, the branch chiefs say, let's give it a go, let's give it a try, let's see if we can do it. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a question.
Okay, with that, go ahead, Honorable Otto. So you have a follow-up?
Yes, one area that I would like to see, and I believe this would involve the controller, the, what do you call it, the Navajo Nation's audit. Do we have any numbers of the audit for FY 2019? Last year's, yeah, FY 2019, on the unused dollars from the Navajo Nation programs and the Navajo Nation government. What is that number, and was that number adjusted to the current proposed FY 21 budget?
Spiel?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, replying to Delegate Otoso on the audit, the fiscal year 2019 audit. Normally, the audit report is presented to the council before the budget session. Per the calendar, if it goes as being suggested now, with some tweaks, with some minor revisions, etc., then that could be done. Now, I personally am not aware how far along the audit is and whether it's complete and ready to go as yet. I'm not sure. But Delegate So, I know that part of your question would be, as a result of the audit, did we cover last year's revenues? In most years, we do cover the revenues, so there's an excess, and that excess would go into the UUFB. I'm aware that so far that hasn't been determined yet. So that's my knowledge on the subject matter. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
This is Delegate Yellow Hair. Speaker.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, speakers today. I don't know animal call it 24 councilman. Yeah, no, yeah, this morning I just follow up on the thing for 2021 comprehensive budget operations. It's not ready yet. Yeah, it'll probably be done today and maybe tomorrow. And I know we'll get done with the spin. Yeah, I have confidence in you, Mr. Bial. This is not your first rodeo, but we're going to miss our Navajo Nation Fair too. So let's get on the ball. I'm the sponsor of the 2021 bin budget operation. Yeah, I did this morning. today, tomorrow, that's the starting. All 4 years, not only Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues, and Mr. Rial, your staff. Yeah, go back on mute now.
Hey, thank you. Seal here. Any other comments, questions for Mr. Bial?
Is Vice Chair Smith, Speaker?
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Shananda. This is very important for the schedule because if we don't have this schedule in front of us and we don't utilize the schedule, then we will eventually end up not having a comprehensive budget. The question I have is what Honorable So brought up regarding an audit. Under 840 subsection 12 NNC subsection 840B, it specifically specifies that the Navajo Nation Council deliberation of the proposed comprehensive budget and latest external audit of the combined financial statement of the Navajo Nation will be presented to the Navajo Nation Council by the external auditors. Now, without that, we're going to have a waiver. How far along is this? Are we going to have this audit conducted before? And how will that affect the calendar if we should get down to that point in time of that deliberation? That is a big concern. We're just kind of kicking the can down the road, as I always hear. And we need to have these things in place because if we do have a special budget committee meeting next week on a Friday, this will be one of the proposed calendar will be in front of us to adopt. And if these questions are not answered, then I'm sure we'll have to change the dates, which is not going to be favorable for some of the departments, some of the divisions, some of the branch chiefs, some of the OMB and OOC, and even the council and even the oversight, because we all have to be in line in this. And I heard Dominic saying that we're going to have to really focus in on working even into overtime, even possibly weekends. But that 840, well, NNC 840B is very important. When and where will we have that? There's no foresight on that. There's no real answer to that. That's my big concern. Thank you, Chair.
We'll go back to you, Mr. Bial.
Mr. Speaker, committee members, replying to Delegate Smith. Delegate Smith, you are correct that the Appropriations Act speaks to the requirement that the prior year audit be considered by the Navajo Nation Council and the BNF committee prior to enactment of the annual budget for the subsequent year. So, however, OMB, my office, we don't handle the audit. So I don't know how far along it is and where it's at and when it's going to be available. That's all I can say about that, Delegate Smith, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Delegate James has a question.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Here has another, and then also to the presenter, Mr. Bial. Thank you very much. This is on Delegate James. I was calling in regards to business unit. So I did hear your presentation indicating that
due to the lack of employees, and then also at the same time with the pandemic going on, you guys are behind on certain things and has put a lot of hold on certain things. But you know, that's not the new thing of OMB. That has always been the problem of OMB, of prolonging things and providing needed documents right away. So my question is, how well are you for sure that your response time for a lot of these projects is going to be within that time frame of however you guys stated in the BIM booklet? So with that takes me to my next question is, I hope in the BIM booklet you indicated timelines for yourself as OMB on how to expedite and respond and give information back. And I do hope that OMB inserted timelines for themselves in the BIM booklet that has been revised. If so, what is the timeline that you guys have given yourself as OMB in the new BIM booklet? The reason why I say this is I brought up this numerous time to OMB, and with CPMD, with Cornfields chapter, we have money set aside ready to be spent on a backhoe heavy equipment. And I've had several constituents looking for a backhoe to bury their loved one because they passed from COVID-19. And as of today, just a simple business unit number has not been provided from your office to CPMD. So are we going to continue to move in that fashion? Are you guys as OMB going to continue to prolong certain things that can be purchased right away? So that's my third question. My fourth question is, in the BIM booklet, what is it that gives the obligation for certified chapters to move forward with a lot of their projects under the CHSN? Or is this BIM booklet more of this related to the CARE Act bill? Because we do have several mini chapters throughout the nations that have the CHSN funds awaiting, and majority most likely is awaiting on OMB for you guys to establish those business unit numbers to expedite those projects for each of the chapters. So that's my last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable James. Moving on back to Mr. Bial. Floor is yours. Response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, committee members. Responding to Delegate James. As I explained a bit earlier, the pandemic is slowing the regular annual budgeting process, just like it's slowing everything else, quite frankly. So, again, speaking with the branch chiefs, we had some discussion about this. And the branch chiefs are fairly comfortable that their respective branches can do the budgets during the time that's available. But obviously there's considerations to it, like the pandemic. Should it get worse instead of better, then that could have an effect. But nevertheless, the intent, as I said a bit earlier again, is to go for it, try to get it done, because the preference would be to do it instead of doing a CR. The budget instructions manual does make reference to certain timelines that apply to OMB as well as everyone else for that matter. There's also executive orders on the 164B process, etc. They're either 5 days typically in most cases, and sometimes matters get delayed because the documentation that's submitted is not accurate, is incomplete, and lacks information. In the case of Cornfields chapter, some of my staff members are listening in to this discussion, and on one of the CSN projects, there's a business unit number that was set up for Cornfield chapter's backhoe, and that was done by memorandum submitted to DCD and CPMD, dated November 30th, 2018. So it appears to have already been done some time ago, at least on that particular one. Now, otherwise, on the CSN fund in general, I think a lot of the committee members, being council delegates, you're aware that there are certain requirements that have to be met from DCD, CPMD, and some of the chapters as well. Now, our office only handles the setup of the budgets once the documentation has been submitted. And if it hasn't been submitted yet, and even when it is, when it's checked, if there's material that's lacking, documents and budgets, or there's errors in it, and so on and so forth, it takes time to get that resolved. Now, the chapters affected or the programs affected, the sooner, the quicker, the better they do that, then it gets resolved quicker. But in some cases, it just remains in a state of suspension for quite some time. So, Delegate Smith, that's my, or James, excuse me, that's my reply at this point. Thank you.
Delegate James here.
James,
follow up.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much again, Shanella Speaker, and then Mr. Bial, thank you for the information. In regards to the timeline, I'm trying to find some numbers of timelines of your response from OMB. The reason why I say this is because before the pandemic even started, OMB has always prolonged many projects. We've gone round and round on a lot of different projects with OMB. When is this going to stop? It did not come into effect when the pandemic started. It has always been a problem with OMB. And for me, it's like, how can we not move in the fashion of a federal OMB? So even with the federal level, even through this pandemic, they ended up providing the nation over $700 million. And here yet, we can't do that as a nation. But everything is held up at OMB. And that has always been a continuous problem. It's not just now because of the pandemic. It's always been a continuous problem. And that's the part where I want to hear some numbers of what is your time frame, what is your deadline to respond back to these requests that come to you. Yes, it's going to be on case-by-case scenario, but generally, like for something for a business unit number, it should not take this long for it to go through. And that's, who is it that's lacking? Who is it that wants control at OMB? Who is it that wants to stand up high at OMB? And that needs to all be put aside and say, hey, we need to run with all of this funds. How, as an OMB department, do we give ourselves a response time frame back to these individuals, back to these these departments? So are you going to be responding within 5 days? Are you going to be responding within 7 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 90 days? I mean, these are some of the questions that need to be addressed by my colleagues. and it's always the hold up at OMB. And in regards to cornfields, is the backhoe business unit. That unit number that you're talking about has been withdrawn and put aside by OMB, and I think you need to call separately on that with CPMD, DCD. I've even sent you another email not too long ago in regards to the backhoe. So small things like that, it just prolongs, and the response time is not there as a team of OMB. And it's just like, okay, well, this person has it. But then you call next time, that person's on leave. Oh, well, I don't know where this person put it at. They're on leave. Both of them are on leave. And it just continues with these continuous reasons of why we're prolonging a lot of these simple things that can be responded back in a quick fashion way. So I wanted to hear numbers, but I don't think I'll get numbers from you of your days of response to these simple tasks that are asked and these simple emails that are sent to you. So that's where I stand, is like, what numbers is it that you have that would make it very helpful? And yes, the CHSN is on a case-by-case deal thing, depending on project. Again, a lot of these departments, especially CPMD, DCD, has been waiting for a lot of small little things of response time back from your office. And a lot of these projects are practically ready. And we're waiting for you from OMB to provide those simple answers back to DCD. So with that, I'll go ahead and end it here again. I can't have.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith, I'd like to ask a question.
Thank you, Honorable James. Let me go back to Mr. Bial on that, on your follow-up. Vice Chair Smith, put you up in the queue.
Thank you.
Mr. Bial, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, committee members. Again, replying to Delegate James. Earlier I made reference to the executive order issued by the President on the 164B process. That's for grants, contracts, and various other budget matters, including CSN. And it does require a 5-day response. But again, as I said, if there's mistakes, errors, incompletions, then that still needs to be addressed. And so the coordination from the respective chapters or programs, including even CPMD, is required for some of these things to move. So all I'm saying in that regard is it's a two-way street, you might say. And so we'll do our best to do our job and do our task involved in it. And for some time, ever since the CSN Fund went into effect about 2-3 years ago, we've been having bi-monthly meetings with DCD and CPMD to check on these various projects and what issues are, what delays are, and so on. But that's stopped, I'm sure. It's because of the pandemic. The government is closed for the most part. But I can make it my concern, working with the President's office and then with DCD, to start that activity up again, to ensure that we're all on the same page as far as getting these things going and moving and responding with due diligence. Delegate James, that's my response.
Speaker, Delegate James here. Real quick.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Mr. Bial, thank you for the response again. I guess what I'm trying to get out of you is, and your team, is when is it that we're going to step up and move forward to say, hey, we can accept PDF formats we can accept electronic signatures. You can email the documents to us. Let's all work on this electronically. Instead of just saying, hey, there's a mistake on this. Now we're just going to wait for the individual to come from department to see when they're going to pick up their packet. That's what I'm waiting for. And I hope that information is in the BIM booklet to where you guys can accept PDF format, PDF documents, electronic signatures, electronic corrections. All of that, we've invested in a lot of electronic devices as a nation, and yet we are not at that point yet. And you see a lot of these corporate throughout the nations running on a lot of these electronic devices and accepting those, and we can't seem to do that. And that's what I'm trying to hear out of you, but I guess I won't hear it, and I'm assuming that it's not on the BIM booklet as well, because I did not hear it from you. So if we could start looking in that direction and looking forward in that direction, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Going back on mute.
That, we go to Vice Chair Smith. I'll come back to you. Mr. Bial. Vice Chair Smith?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Adonana, 24th Council, and the audience that's listening in on this. This is very important. My question is directly to the OLC, Office of Legislative Counsel, since they're the ones that do the legislations. I understand that in order to have a legislation, we got to have certain documents. And what was presented this afternoon was the BIM has been finalized. And I'd like in their hands so that legislation can be dropped today or tomorrow so that we can act on it next week. I don't know who's listening in on OLC, but I'd like to have that answer. If they have it, great. If they don't have it, we need it so we can drop legislation. That's my question. Thank you.
Mr. Bill, I'll go back to you.
Thank you. Speaker, this is Dana. Did you want OLC did Delegate Smith want OLC to respond to that?
Can you hear me, Dana?
Speaker.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you can respond to that. I was just going back to Vice Chair James' question first, and then I was going to come back to you. But go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Smith. As of right now, the Office of Legislative Counsel has not received a final copy of the BIM, nor have we received a redlined copy that we requested weeks ago. So no, we have not received those documents. Until we do, we cannot do the legislation. If, as Mr. Bial said, that those documents have been provided to OLC, we need to know how they've been provided because we have not received them. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go back to Mr. Bial. I think there was a follow-up question from Honorable James, and I don't know if you have anything to add on to what Office Legislative Counsel has reiterated. Mr. Bial?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, committee members. First of all, a short response again to Delegate James. In the Budget Instructions Manual, actually going back a number of years, there's a section in there about electronic processing of documents. And so that opportunity, that avenue is available. Now, not many programs, quite frankly, or chapters use it, but it's available. And that'll be continued as well in the upcoming new BIM as well. So maybe what we need to do, ONB, is to promulgate that process, publicize it with a number of the programs and divisions so that they're aware of it. Now, especially since we're in a pandemic right now, that's being used more because programs are aware that a lot of the offices are closed, so they're doing it electronically. So I think that avenue is there, Mr. Smith, Mr. James, so we can use it further and more and do it better. Delegate Smith, as I said earlier, the BIM is ready just now. It's just that we haven't sent it up to Ledge Council yet. But we're doing that right now as I speak. And yesterday I assisted in marking up the 20 resolution for 21. And I provided that to OLC. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Figures, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I don't, Dominic, for your response on the whereabouts that BIM is. My thinking was it was already a OLC. And I was ready to make a directive to have that done before 5 p.m. so that we could get that legislation dropped and have the 5-day comment period and move on with the budget of fiscal year 2021 regarding the final approval, which will be coming up in a few more days. September is going to be here before we know it. So I don't know if I should still make that directive to make sure it happens. I think I will. Chair, I'd like to make a directive that that BIM be given forth to OLC since Chief Legislative Council said they don't have it, and have it there before 5 p.m. so that legislation can be dropped. That's my directive. Thank you.
I already have a motion on the floor in place, Vice Chair Smith. What I can do is after this motion and accepting a report, I can come back to you for that directive.
Heck yeah, we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for your report. In terms of with COVID and the unknown for its impact and exposure and health complications, what would be the plan to digitize the budget process to integrate these numbers to reduce exposure from our Navajo Nation employees? And because what I'm thinking about, Speaker, is, we have challenges across the board, but as people are pulled, have to work at home, possible exposures, we need to take this into consideration, but also develop solutions so that we can invest in a system that will not only protect our employees today, but in the future, and also increase what I'm hearing from my colleagues in terms of if something is missing in a document or if something needs to be fixed. We're doing so much work through telecommunication and through like PDF or other. We need to develop a system that's as dynamic to meet our current needs. So there's not these delays. So I want to offer that in terms of there's any suggestions, and if Mr. Bial can consider a possible those solutions to be covered under, I don't know if it would be CARES funding or something, but something must be done because this system is very archaic and it's not working for our Navajo Nation employees to protect them. It's not working for the program, and it is not working for the people that we serve, the Navajo people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank
you, Madam Chair. I'm Cody. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If not, we'll close out. Mr. Bial?
Mr. Speaker, committee members, first of all, let me reply a little bit to Delegate Crotty. She's correct that we've been considering how to make our budget process more electronic. And that particular chapter that I mentioned in reply to Delegate James, we could amplify and build up that particular procedure to incorporate more electronic budgeting. And furthermore, as you said, Delegate Crotty, the $700+ million available includes enhancements to telephone or telecommunications, and systems processing, etc. So we'll certainly pursue that, and hopefully that'll provide funding necessary to do that part. Otherwise, I just want to say to committee members, thank you for all of your remarks and comments, and we're ready to move with the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Colleagues, any other comments and discussions? If there's none, once, twice, 3 times, we're board to accept Mr. Bial's report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Brocati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Brocati votes green.
Honorable Amber Canas-Brocati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Vince James votes Green.
Vince James votes witness.
Delegate Rickness votes green.
Honorable 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 Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. I vote Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Votes green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable
Hamilton Black.
Brown.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green.
That, colleagues, thank you very much. Oppose, not voting. Provide line version to the office by 16/2020. So that officer just say that. Normal
Instruction manual. Yeah. Is that correct?
version of the BIM manual, I guess.
what OMB was talking about, so that legislative council can get that prepared for legislation. There's two items: finalize completed BIM, and then the red line version that was struck through that he said he worked on. Have that to their office this evening or this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, so the red line version and then the clean version of the BIM. Okay. Any discussion on the directive? Once, twice, or 3 times. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Agree.
I'm sorry, Mr. Begay, can you repeat that?
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Elder Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
A red folder sitting right here. Can you go grab it? And let me pull.
Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Charlie Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
Uh, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Staff need to get that notice for the directive immediately to OMB. That moving on down. Update report report on Department of Justice. Item number C from Ms. Doreen McPaul, Attorney General. Nomination executive session may be required. That. Ms. McPaul, AG, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Great. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. So we're prepared to provide an update on various Department of Justice litigation, but we would need to provide it in executive session.
Speaker Damon?
Yes, Honorable Alana.
Request to go into executive session so we can make a motion for going to executive session so we can hear the report from Ms. McPaul.
Second, Daniel, so.
Speaker, how long are we going to be in executive session?
Executive session by Honorable Alana, second by Honorable Chairman Daniel. So that, let me go refer back to Madam AG. What's the duration your recommendation is?
Thank you, Speaker. I think for the report and the discussion, I would recommend 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. That, Honorable Alana, time frame.
Thanks, Speaker. I'll just make that motion for 1 hour.
Hey, 1 hour.
If we got done sooner, that'd be fine.
All right. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Once, going twice, going 3 times. Time now is 1:14. If this passes, we'll be back in session at 2:15. Bobby, round the horn. Roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick
Delegate
Nez.
James votes green.
Honorable Vince James
Delegate-
votes green.
Delegate
Honorable
Rick
Rick
Nez
Nez.
votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Speaker with a vote of 18 yeas and 0 nays. Daniel So.
Matt, 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. To everyone listening out there, we're going to executive session. Naabik'iyati committee will be in executive session for no longer than 1 hour. So we will be back here at 2:18. Colleagues, there is an email being forwarded to you with a PIN number and the telephone line for the call-in. See you on the line.
The organizer has ended this.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I can't catch that.
Madam Chair, or Madam Controller, are you on the line? Rob, Willie, are you on the line? Going once. Going twice. They had the information that was sent to them. Went 3 times. Moving on down. Item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7. Item number 8, legislation 0043-20. That Honorable Yellow Hair is the sponsor. Mr. Rico, can you read the legislation to the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0043-20. An action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, Naabik'iyati committee, and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $3,000 for Forest Lake chapter officials stipends for fiscal year 2017, waiving 12 NNC sections 820E and 820F regarding the designation of recurring and non-recurring revenues. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, is there a motion?
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I motion.
Motion by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker.
Second by Delegate Elmer Begay.
Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. That, any comments, questions? Once.
Questions, Elmer Begay.
That, questions. On we all here. You have 20 minutes on the board.
All right, Elmer. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Janatani. This is Delegate Yellow here. Can you listen? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, I think this is legislation 043-20. Based on this information, I'd like to explain this information to you, Janatani, 24th Councilman. This is in regards to a Forest Lake 3 chapter officials that not receive their stipend, and all together is a $3,000. Hey, Shafe Lato says here, Janatani. The speaker in here, they don't need to pay these officials. I think my agent firm, but now she's on the 2 Forest Lake chapter president. This is from a Brenda Holgate with the Division of Community Development. She's working for under Dr. Yellowman. I'd like to tell her to a firm Benali to the Speaker Damon. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Miss Nolly, agent, are you there?
If not, I'll turn the table to request to you, Speaker, through Brenda Holgate.
Is Brenda Holgate on the line? Spinelli or Miss Holgate, are you on the line? Nobody's on the line. On wheel here.
Okay, I sent message to a Fern Bernali this morning. I sent her a teleconference number to be available. And also the information was sent out, the documents to each one to Navajo Nation Council in reference to the letter directive that was made by Mayaja, Ms. Claudia one time, this kid. Iran equipment for justification, means for it so it's up in his 2017 starting for the planning meeting and regular chapter meeting of Janahasiani, the justification, Boston dollars and so on. And they black me for the Aggie calling teleconference number. She does, she's probably lost. Okay, Rem, I'll be on the line now.
Spinelli, is Holgate, anyone on the line? Are we all here? Floor's back to you. There's nobody second time.
Okay, I'd like to request to Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati Committee, through the agenda, the never call official enforcement because of due to a short funding, because of 50-50 formula. Underfunded these small chapters. Based on that one, ask for your considerations to approve this 2017 for 3 official net pay, and your approval is very much appreciated. In attention at 24 council, my colleagues. Thank you very much. Speaker Damon, thank you, and go back on mute now.
Speaker, I have a question.
Excuse me, Speaker, I think Dr. Yellman might be on the line. Dr. Yellman, Speaker.
Is anybody on the line for as Honorable Yellow Hair's agent?
Nobody.
Nope. Okay. We'll go to the floor. We do have a motion and a second. Honorable Brigade, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know Doug Yellow Hair. I don't know all the delegates here. I have a question, Speaker. It might be this question might go to our legislative council, legislative or council there. I have 2 chapters that I know that are in that same situation, that there's shortfall on these fundings. So when during that time, we requested through Division of Community Development to provide an update on all the 10 chapters that are in this situation, a shortfall for just siphoning for all the chapter officials. So it seems that there's none to this report. So I was wondering if we're going to add our chapter to this to do amendment to this legislation. What does it require? I know that it might require a budget form. What would be the best way to do it, Speaker? I need guidance. Thank you.
I got a question, Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, in order for you to do an amendment, you would need budget forms. And budget forms, and usually the president, since this is from a UUFB, will ask that those budget forms be reviewed through the 164, and that's what Honorable Jimmy Yellow here did. He went through the process, as you can see, signed off by OMB, OOC, and the Office of the Attorney General. And through this, did the checklist. I know that the president had indicated a couple of times, various times, Mr. Honorable Elmer Begay, that you'd have to go through the same process. So my recommendation to you is you would need budget forms being reviewed, and making those budget forms would be with the assistance from Division of Community Development or ASC. Honorable Brigade. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I commend Mr. Yellow here for introducing this for his chapter. And I just remember during that year of 2017, that was the year when the administration began this line item vetoed the chapter stipend legislation. And first it was only funded at 3/4 of the fiscal year. And then that's how the main budget was proposed. And then from there, Mr. Begay should remember Elmer, he was working over there. The Abolition Council tried to, the Honorable Witherspoon tried to get additional dollars for those chapters that were shortfall, but that legislation was line item vetoed at the time. So I believe the fiscal year ended as the chapter officials were shortchanged, and that was directly from at the time we had a different division director for community development, and we had different individuals steering that ship there. If I can remember correctly. But again, these individuals, work had they already committed their work to what they were elected to do, and I stand that we need to pay these individuals for the time that they were that they attended this meeting. And by law, I don't the Honorable Begay, I would just start the procurement process, the right process, and get it through, so that you have that support from the executive branch. When the time when council supports any legislation like this, because it's very critical, and we do support our chapters. Support this. I really like the fact that Honorable Jamie Hinio also fixed the 50-50 formula on the chapter distribution funds, where the chapter stipend is actually taken care of first before the other budgeting items happen. But at the time when 2017, they chose not to commit and fund the chapter stipend 100% for that year. They only committed 3/4. That was a little bit of history, if I can remember correctly. But I remember we were at odds with the administration at the time, and really, I definitely support this initiative that Honorable Yellow here is speaking about. The other is maybe the other chapters that are affected like this maybe could come together and get budget forms together and introduce it as one legislation. That way, we address those chapters that fell under the shortfall at the time of what happened in 2017. Ko ideya pa education so yeah.
Okay, with that, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, I have a comment.
Yeah.
Delegate Stewart.
Oh, Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Okay. Cash and Mr. Yellow here. Aro sta ashot kwa ye hadi ato so 2017 yeah there was that shortfall when the A affected all the chapters and then get I remember that year because that was the first year I was the chapter president for Defiance. So we went through that same thing. The ROC, when it came up before us through RDC, every physical year, all the chapters, all departments, divisions, they're given these budgets. Out of the end of the physical year, there's those whatever monies they don't use, that goes back into general funds. This is from 2017. We're in 2020 now. So it wasn't brought up in 2018 and 19 for that time. Maybe it was, I don't know. But this is the first time that we're hearing about this on this one. Okay, if we do this for this one, just like Mr. So, we're gonna hear it from all the other chapters. Okay, if you look at the Title 26, there's a lot of times that the chapters officials they put a lot of work and effort into their communities. We do a lot of stuff for our communities and it takes a lot of hours. But to pay this stipend, to me, when you run for office, you run for your people, you run for your community, not for the stipends. So that's why I oppose this legislation, is because it should have already been handled and already those monies were already used elsewhere. If there was any extra monies left over, it went somewhere else for that following physical year. So that's what I want to say, Fash. So, and then also, Mr. Yellow here, Speaker.
Hey, any other comments, questions? Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you for the legislation. Definitely support it, but what he mentioned about the if we do it for one chapter, we should be doing it for all of them. I have several chapters that are running into this situation with Toya, and what's happening is that we passed the legislation in March for emergency legislation for $25,000. Some of that $25,000 hasn't been reached the chapter stipend accounts yet. For instance, this morning I was talking to ASC in Crown Point about Crown Point chapters stipend account. They're almost out, but the $25,000 hasn't been set up or hasn't drawn down to Crown Point chapters stipend account. That's why it's still sitting at OOC somewhere. And I don't know if that's just one chapter. How many other chapters are in the same situation? How many other chapters haven't received their $25,000 appropriation that we passed in March and the president signed? So just something to think about as well. It would be nice if we had Division Community Development on this call as well to give us some insight, maybe ASC. But some of our chapters haven't received their drawdowns yet for the $25,000. So, Edia, I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, Linda Hogan is on call.
Hey, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Brenda Holgate is on the line.
Yes, Ms. Holgate, hold on. I'll come back to you when I come back to Honorable Yellow Hair, as he is as you are his agent. Honorable Eugene, so go ahead.
Regards to chapter stipends, I was just wondering why it doesn't include in their plan of operation Osaki based on the deal instead of getting it out of the what is allocated 50-50 formula. I believe there needs to be legislation that is a drop where they have their own stipend funded separately. Because I don't eat out here when I'm tender. I'm not tender. Oh, that's how I see it. If needs be, if that's what's needed, maybe I'll drop one regards to that. I don't know why they should be shortfall. If we just give them how much they need within that year with regards to the how many meetings. It'll be hostile, thank you.
Hey, any other comments, colleagues?
That's Hinyo.
Hinyo, go ahead.
You get up to Speaker Damon and then for Delegation Council. I'm a bullet Jimmy Yellow here for being brave enough to bring this legislation before the council. And we just hope that if we do move it forward, that
Chairman, we can barely hear you. You broke off.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
yes,
you hear me?
Can. Yes.
Okay. I'm on one of this bumpy roads from Hollywood that I slowly driving. But I'll say that with Doug Yellow here, bringing forth this legislation that he's a brave man, knowing that he's on an uphill battle, and getting this forward. And if it does pass council, I just hope that President Liz will not take out his big red pen and start marking it up again. That usually does. And but 2017 was a trying year for chapter officials. I remember being chapter vice president. We didn't get paid for August and September because there was no money, the shortfall. So we just decided we just left it alone. And we just didn't get paid. We did our duties. And so it's and but just good luck on this. I know it's gonna make it quite that agent at to give a full explanation. But there were a lot of questions asked in budget and finance when it was in there as far as how come carryover funds weren't utilized to cover the shortfall the following year, that FY18, and push similar to that. So, but I hear Brenda Holgate's online, so I'll just put myself back on music and now listen out for that presentation.
Chairman, let me go, not only that question probably be answered, but let me go back to the sponsor now. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Yes, it's Speaker Damon. So, Shanat Ani, Nashanat, Niki Nashinshiki, 24th Councilman. You're concerned that your questions feels very legitimate. If you have a Yakiki, Kisabaya Kiki Hatana 2017 near Arto 2018. Hajula is not stage on the Stewart. What a show. 2019 at I Yahika. AIA Hahi Bati Yakudosan this the natural chamber garden. What I let us me. A court I thought a Islanda. A court. Or your exchange the president officer another in the way on feed. It was lost that something that's kidnapped quick. I don't know for how long. Can that follow up national to move on again? Even in that kind of relation that on it just is in our own system. This procurement process again acquired national on the biostation on the process again. This may also maybe relate to our care funding. These are the little late outside it all. It all. Eko, di ay abanan shinde antin system gi ebe tasnat ani. Aro ati urbanal ati on the also our staff Brenda Holkito still on the line now. Thank you for your consideration. Ito nishnat ani nishito kutsa nishito the quiet hito niko tasnat ani. Ani cases in the list. Thank you. I'll turn the table back to Mr. Damon, and then give a floor to my two agents. Thanks a million. Go back on mute now.
Okay, agents. Honorable Yellow Hair, which agent are you referring to?
Either Fern Benali or Brenda Holgate.
Okay. Ms. Benali?
Yes, I'm trying to speak, but the phone is not letting me speak. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. No, Ani, no sending you. Yeah.
Take your point of order.
Hold on. Point of order, Chairman Hino.
Is this for legislative council? Conflict of interest is coming to my mind right now. I think it should be better if it was CSC that was reporting this from 4-6 chapter. Mr. Nolly, I don't know if David can answer me. Would there be conflict for her to advocate in front of council for her own back pay? That's my question to the council. If they feel it's not a conflict, then I'm good with it.
Okay. Well, let me ask is,
Hi, Speaker, this is Ledge Council. Did you want us to respond, or did you want to not to respond yet?
Well, my first question is, was going to be to Ms. Benali. Is this referring back to Ms. Fern Benali? Would you be part of this, receiving part of this stipend, Ms. Benali? If it did get approved?
I didn't get your question. This is Ms. Benali.
Ms. Benali, were you a chapter official back in 2017 for Forest Lake chapter?
Yes,
Okay.
I was.
Okay, so Office of Legislative Council, Chairman Hino's question of privilege. I'll give you the floor. Ms. Lowe?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so currently, I don't see this as a conflict under Title II, Section 3744 or 3752. The issue is compensation for services that were previously rendered, and as we've heard discussion, there were other chapter officials that were similarly situated, and this is not an individual economic interest that Ms. Benali is advancing. It's also not something not a business interest that she's trying to advance to induce the council into enter into a contract with her for future work, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, go back to you, Ms. Benali.
This is Miss Benali, Fern Benali to be exact, and I'm the chapter president. At the moment, to the training, to talk on a budget chain, but on the Tato, can chini that's from the lake hatch, and conscious that's the Aniki. In 2017, we were shorted 1 month for both planning meeting and also chapter meeting. And we were told by our CSC that there are no funds, but we did our job. We did what we need to do. For our chapter, we go beyond what is necessary for officials. We go to other meetings and advocate for our community. And I believe we are entitled to our stipend because we do have cell phones and other things that we need to pay that is essential to our duties. So I have reached out, and as did the vice president and secretary, to our delegate at the time, Mr. Witherspoon, and we did not get an answer. I also spoke with our CSC and also Egerton Jean, who was the accountant at the time for the Tzitzit region, and I received no answers. And I also didn't know what else to do, so I spoke with Lavon Henry and Arbin Mitchell, and also the Navajo Nation president, Mr. Lynn. So I've been really trying to do what I need to do for myself and for my colleagues since November of 2017. And finally, when Mr. Honorable Yellowhair became our delegate, I also spoke with him about it and gave him the resolution that was passed by our chapter. I know our chapter constituents voiced concerned and said, why aren't you guys getting paid or your stipend? You need to be doing this. And I'm sure in our minutes, that is what is stated. So, ashodan ke kado jahdi, a lot of times we have to wait and wait for our stipend, and sometimes a month, sometimes 3 months, and this one we're waiting since 2017, and that's all we get. We don't get anything else beyond, unless we go on training, then we get our reimbursements as well. But we don't have much training because of our limited budget, and our chapter gets a 50-50 formula, and our chapter is small. So we get basically what someone would call the short end of the stick each time. Shahat ole consciousness agi ado naidoski doshi eya naidoski ado shahat shenanta honorable Yellowhair ado kung Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. That we run down Honorable or Ms. Brenda Holgate.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and all the NABI honorable delegates that are on the phone. Good afternoon. I did a spreadsheet. I'm not sure that spreadsheet was shared with all the NABI members, but I did prepare a spreadsheet. Let me just go through that summary real quick. What happened? I know that for a fact, every year since I came to work for in a community development, chapter stipend was always an issue. Chapter stipend. Every chapter, when we receive the allocation, we do not receive the full allocation. We're always short because that's what funds, that's what is available. And so in fiscal year 2017, from the general funds planning allocation, the 110 chapters received $13.7 million. Out of that 13.7, the 2 chapter staff was in the amount of 10.5 million. You minus the 13 from 10, that only leaves 3.1 million as the remaining available balance. In order to fully fund the chapter official stipend, we need 4.1 million every year. And so because of that 3.1 as the remaining available balance, I could already see at that time that we're going to fall short for all the chapters for their stipend. So at that time, Arvin was assigned to the finance, and he had asked me at that time to prepare a supplemental appropriation. That supplemental appropriation was only for $935,000. And the resolution number to that at that time was CN 5816. And the 50-50 formula was applied. Also, the remaining available balance that year, the 50-50 formula was applied. The Navajo Nation Council at that time, at that moment in time, did not waive any laws that pertain to the appropriation to give the chapters the remaining shortfall in equal appropriation. And that's where the smaller chapter, Forest Lake is one of the smaller chapters. We have like about 10 chapters that are probably around 350 voters registered voters. There's like about 10 chapters out there. And today we still have around about that much chapters that are less than 350. And so because of that, this particular chapter suffered because of the 50-50 formula. And so the $935,000 in UUFB General Fund Supplemental, that was approved. So when you add the 3.1 million plus 935, they only received 4.0. And so we still had a $96,000 $550 difference that we still needed to fully fund the chapter that year. And so the reason for that is because of the 50 formula. Thereafter, every year when we do our budget presentation, we present that this is an issue. We go before the president who are in office those years. We go before the RDC committee. We go before BNF. We go before NABI. We go before council. We provide the information. We provide that this is an issue that happens here because chapter official stipend is considered recurring. And so until this year, finally, thank you to Delegate Henu that he changed that 50-50 formula, made some amendments. And so from fiscal year 2021, that language indicates that we will fully fund the chapter. And so this is why Forest Lake is one of the small chapter, and the chapter did suffer because of the 50-50 formula. And I do have that spreadsheet. I'm going to email it to the speaker's office so they can forward that to all the delegates, because I'm sure it'll get back. It'll be at NABI again. And that's my report, delegates. And I hope you are all safe out there. Thank you, Speaker. This ends my report.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Holgate. That we all here. Is that it?
I would say thank you very much to the speaker. Brenda, thank you very much to understand those funding allocation for 110 chapters. I'd like to get back to Mr. Honorable Chair Henius. I have legislation the next round is not on your Bento Church of Honey Tarone, Urban Nation Tikisole, a hearing petition not only Nicolahus own, Nihaso, Tony, I don't have a safe place that you want to be at right now, and we will complete this, overcome a COVID-19. But one so and that's bless you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any last comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Brown, go ahead.
Yote, yes, Nadi request Sabet and Nandi Hadenda. Ado, Ms. Bernally, and thank you, Ms. Holgate. Listening to Ms. Holgate's presentation and Budget and Finance Committee amend today, Naabik'iyati, it makes a lot of sense where the nation is lacking and how the 50-50 formula does not work for the smaller chapters. With that, actually that should have been given to this chapter. However, they're only asking for a little portion of what actually not really the amount of money for a chapter. All time officials. Because I've seen them out in the communities, and really yesterday, like we had a propane drive, and with all the 4 meetings simultaneously, and the voting on census going on, we are, I think all of us, as far as I know, we're doing our best. And of all times, the Forest Lake chapter officials, they've been waiting for this. So I stand in support of this. I am in the Forest Lake chapter area. some of you have been there, there's some lack of water, which is the Mini Mills Water Line project extends into that area. And again, many Forest Lake chapter has also really donated a lot of money, not donated, but gave to the permanent trust fund also. But there's still a lack of water. There's still a lack of basic infrastructure, water and electricity for our people out there. So I know that's separate, but that's who they work with. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Daniel. I have a question.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know about thank you for bringing this legislation before Naabik'iyati committee for the national labor is to Naabik'iyati. Arunana Kudo and Dante was raised 2017 at the hot age or Ecuador is the Kudo not for the Ecuador Gitani Geno. Arunan Ani that throughout the Navajo Nation we have 110 chapters. So yeah, he was still a nation chapter official 19 dollars. Arunan I don't know for that I don't know. The piano, question I have is board and also go crop the OPVP that they actually yes or president. So I don't know if you talk to the president. He doesn't understand line 96 days ago so that make it sure.
Hey, with that, any other comments, questions?
I do. This is Delegate Nez, Speaker.
Hey, Chairman Nez, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Shananta, Honorable Speaker Damon, and 24th Council Corrosion. Nantado sponsor, Honorable Yellow Hair, or Councilman. I have a question for Ms. Holgate. My question, as I understand, all chapters, they receive a certain amount for their regular meetings as well as their planning meetings monthly, and then quarterly. Could you mute your phones, please?
Everybody mute their phones, please. Sorry, Chairman Nez.
As I was saying, chapter officials, they receive their planning meetings, stipends, and regular meetings monthly, and then for 12 months now. Also, every quarter, which is 4 quarters, they receive a stipend of 150, I believe, for 80 council. And if the money runs out, the money runs out. If there's chapters that have like a special meeting, chapter meeting, I believe they don't get paid for that because there was no money allocated for special meetings. Am I correct, Ms. Holgate? And why Forest Lake that they were shortchanged on this, and I just would like to know that. Thank you. On me.
Hey, with that, Honorable Yellow Hair, I'll come back to you for some questions to you and your agents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nez, Honorable Nez here. I'd like to send this information to answer by Brenda through our speaker respectfully and Bikito. And I'd like to respond some remarks. Very much.
Brenda.
Ms. Holgate?
Again, good afternoon, delegates. To answer it now. Each they have 3 official president and secretary.
What's going on?
Holgate, are you there? Holgate?
Okay,
We
sorry
can
about
hear
that,
you.
but to answer Delegate Nan's question, sure, regular chapter meeting. They have a planning meeting. Two meetings, 12 months. And then they have a agency council meeting that they attend also. That one, they only get paid 4 quarters each year. So they only get paid $150 times 3 times 4 agency council meetings. And so that's how they're paid out. I do have a spreadsheet for Forest Lake. I can forward that to you, Delegate Nance. And so, as I indicated earlier, Forest Lake is not the only chapter that's small. There are like about 10 chapters, and Honorable Delegate Freeland has like about 6 chapters that are small. And again, yes, chapters do have special meetings, but we only allocate only for 12 months. 500 times 3 times 2 times 12 months. So if they exhaust their 12 months and they have this special meeting, then they should be volunteering for that meeting. But then on the other hand, some chapters lack quorum and they don't get a quorum, so they don't get paid out. So they have a savings there for the next month and the next month. Particularly my chapter, for some reason, they didn't have a quorum for almost 5 months. And so because of that, they end up with a savings of 5 months for stipend payout. I hope I answered your question, Honorable Delegate Neff. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? There's none. Or what?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Going twice.
I had a question, Chair.
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, I asked a question to Delegate Ellison.
Can you reiterate your question?
It's what I asked was I don't know if he talked to the president about this, the legislation, the request, because this legislation is going to go before council and across the street. Yeah.
And we'll yell here. Go back to you.
Yeah, national Ania Sitsilito are not in the council. Could that's an example by Tiki. Oh, Honorable brother Daniel, yeah. Oh, but you know, sned I from Penali to cut Zito. Should have this, she, I sanction, or she bandito can't. The compressor that Salibination. But no, can't. I draw it at many. I should never have which artist. Mr. Daniel here, also German still little here. Nizaba il kishnat ani kashe. Bended of Chata, God bless you also. Shnat an shiro, Nika and the show not answer. Drown it at the by 18 year. So I do force late it and but in she on Hinasa. Urban like kiss or little. I will get together with my brother, Mr. Henio. We need to structure this new legislation to be fair to all 110 chapter officials. And God bless you all to approve this legislation. Thank you very much, Speaker. For my colleagues, thank you very much again.
Any other comments, questions?
Delegate Paul again.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Although not us, Council Delegate Yellow Hair. Although Ms. Benali or Slate, yeah. Just a thought that came to mind. I'm wondering if this issue only affected small chapters. I'm wondering how many of these small chapters, if there is a record of how many of these small chapters were affected. And for the sake of being fair, is what I heard come up in the conversation. I'm wondering if there's a way to include the other small chapters also. Therefore, that way we don't have no issues coming from the other chapters saying that they were left out. If there is a record of these small chapters that didn't get their funding back in 2017, I'd be interested in seeing which chapters got affected by this shortfall. I'm wondering if there's a possibility if these affected chapters can be compensated also for that. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, any other comments, questions? Then let me go back to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Here, Brother Honorable Paul, Kudoshi Ani earlier the speaker, ni budget sabotage on his or Lichuno Hatzi, and you would Armo Bouquet. Kudoshi between this state, the Killa dog with Ella had on the sea, Abe, Beta who is this, or Ishin Kite or Brenda. Brenda Hockey, Crown Yon, Chicago, law. Hito out Edole, the Hultoria and China, in Chesanan Adole, a job at the AJB, based on what another this. The occasion is maybe the next meeting, the Pina committee, that in it was Brenda, honorary what you just request, honorable publication. Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues, 24 councilmen. I'll go back on mute now.
Okay, any other comments, questions on legislation 043-20? There's none. Going once, going twice, going three times. No amendments. Go to the board. This is destined for council.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Oh, green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vin.
Next one, ladies, to the House Education and Human Services Committee, Naabik'iyati Committee, the Navajo Nation Council proclaiming third week in June as the Native Pride Week on a recurring annual basis. Council is final authority. There are no amendments.
On a recurring annual basis. Health education. With it do pass and no amendments. Mr. Speaker. Okay, with that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Halona.
Bologna. Is there a second?
Walker, second.
Second by Honorable Walker.
Second.
This goes on to council. Sir, questions? Going once? Going twice?
I have a question. I have a statement, sir. Sure. Delegate Nez.
Hey, with that, Honorable Brown.
Hi, Speaker. Other Bishmason. Thank you, colleagues, for this Naabik'iyati meeting. Basically, this is a legislation to make 1 week out of the year to recognize our LGBTQ, to recognize that annually. And this is coming from many pride events that have been hosted on the Navajo Nation and around the nation. And this is LGBTQ is the lesbian, gay, queer, transgender, plus and it's basically just recognizing them and letting them. A lot of these pride events are talking about basic human rights issues and just to be seen and heard. Right now, our LGBTQ community on the Navajo Nation have no rights currently. So right now, I've heard from one of our Dene relatives where he was applying with his partner's health insurance that he was denied with the Navajo Nation. So if you can already see the inequality in the lack of laws on the Navajo Nation. So the 24th Navajo Nation did support a Senate bill with the Equality Act a few months ago, about a year ago. And that was really supporting nationally all the LGBTQ community. So we do have our relatives here on the Navajo Nation who identify and who are born LGBTQ. Basic human rights are not covered, and the workplace and society, bathroom issues, even as far as the equality in wages. So we see a lot of inequality on the Navajo Nation for LGBTQ brothers and sisters out there. A lot of the studies show that was taken on the Navajo Nation from Dene College through Dene Pride Organization nonprofit has showed that the suicide rate is pretty high. A lot of the inequality, even in the hospital, is not there also. So some of our relatives who identify have moved off the Navajo Nation for they do not feel safe, and there's really no protection on the Navajo Nation also. So there's no so this is severely human rights violation. But this week is just basically saying a proclamation that was signed by Speaker Damon, taking the third week out of June as the Net Pride Week on a recurring annual basis. And really what Pride Week entails is just educating the world, in this case, our Navajo people who are LGBTQ. So I've been to multiple events where I've sat down with elders, and this is also an accumulation from a study that was done by Navajo Human Rights Commission, really talking about the basic rights. And the study is called The Status of Navajo Women and Gender Violence, Conversations with the Traditional Medicine People and a Dialogue with the People. So this really talks about the origin stories also from our Navajo elders. And I myself have had communication with our Navajo elders, and it was really interesting to hear their stories. There's also another individual who is doing his PhD, who's done his master's also, and compilating a lot of these stories about what a natle is, what is LGBTQ through the lens of our Navajo people. Really interesting you can easily download this Navajo Human Rights on the Navajo Human Rights website also. So a lot of our people have already commented on LGBTQ and gender violence as well. So so this week is just basically giving information to our Navajo people, and we hear, and it's a gathering of a lot of LGBTQ plus allies, people who identify straight, and they come to these events educating themselves. So we talk about the lack of laws. We talk a lot about youth suicide on the nation. So what Pride Week does is really just bringing education and people together. And across the United States, there's a lot of equality laws that have been passed. Other tribes, to my understanding, have passed similar laws, or even greater human rights laws for LGBTQ community, as well as into First Nations and Canada. So Navajo Nation, we're actually really behind. We have no such laws that protect our LGBTQ community on the Navajo Nation. So we're all aware of the severe bullying on the LGBTQ that happens as early as elementary to middle school to high school and into college. And therefore, again, the suicide rate. And then the other law that we've worked on that this council is aware of in the 23rd Council, as well as the law against human trafficking. Navajo Nation, the rate of LGBTQ that are being sex trafficked and on the Navajo Nation and the surrounding border towns and in the cities of Phoenix, Albuquerque, Salt Lake City, Denver, and all over the place are pretty high. But I'm glad that this legislation is here and I'm glad, thank you, Shana, for your question, because we can talk a lot about the different inequality in the LGBTQ community. It is going on out there, and I know that majority of us are related. And then at the end, what our LGBTQ community is asking is what does exclude LGBTQ members, people who are born this way, who are LGBTQ community? Does exclude a certain type of people? So that's what this legislation 140-20 is about. So I stand for questions, and I'm not sure if Mr. Ulray Nelson, my text message is not going through. I have bad service where I'm at right now. So he's been on the call in the previous, and he has speaking on these, and there will be other legislation that will be coming forward as well, Shananta. So I am here for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, we go to the floor. Honorable Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, and honorable members of the 24th Council, as well as our sponsor here, it's Nate Brown. I do have a concern, Shananta, that if our speaker, Honorable Seth Damon, is able to put out a proclamation without a legislation, I don't see why we would need a legislation for this, if that's what he's able to do. In this case, we're all equal. And all lives matter. We all know what happened up in Minneapolis and then to every major city in the U.S. And that t-shirt, and I can't breathe. Na kailejeni tibetal on pelakana tibes on hol jeez. Ni shiro ahon hit elia and then he clinic ken hital on. The cosate ni hen hit nila anil tunan hit keno. Ahuichit ego ebiga hitan. Anin hitan nansen ahuichit ego. Pues hagieko. That the Hawanda o just Higo, don't on this Harson Chicago. He had here a which so what you the what don't nation. A coach for you that's it so out is chill down Sahakis or less. A quaggy she Bashi Tioyat is the hot on than he is sheddy no. A co dida crow 1 week naniki cross it behind city not leto LBQG late in Jiki ADK Ajit on National Daniki Haka Ashi human rights has on it because it of Tibet either or less than Niga. What end the Asa 1 week recognizing them no behind this itself. Ako one siskers got dida Nikis last son Leniki Ehin his nesa Ara Nikauche Beso Cheta Yokiro at 2, 3 months, 4 months, 3 months in Lane. At then Beso Che not source budget had a dollar need to get if a button hard. So we can fix this for them so they can have money to our veterans. Our veterans served our country. They fought for the very freedom that we abuse each other with, the freedom of religion. Anyway, church lawyer nas Phoenix da Arenal in the COVID-19 baby. Church the nay what a COVID-19 has lain no. A conde do banal nihike khashay is not the what in the Tohanan that Oshta. Coron Sikesta. Our freedom of rights, our freedom of speech, and that we write whatever we want to write, we say what we want to say to people. So don't just go had a hate it or hand to hate this. Here's the last so yeah, they fought for these freedoms so we could enjoy these freedoms. And yet we're not thankful to them. We don't honor them as we should, as well as our elderly. Astrito Sani, the Hayani, and the Tiniki. We don't care to listen. We want to do what we want to do. And guess what? Our children, and what do we say? And when in reality, I'm so that it's because the last so based on here at a quick machines lane not such email they said then not such email nanalia Red Quarter Northern Agency veterans. Late to Behan the lunch is last so 1 day a bit Behan just 1 day Veterans Day. I could go back by Shewinson. 1 week, that's a part of Nathan's just case. Maybe then 1 week we need to listen to our veterans. Maybe we need to dedicate 1 week to our elderly and listen. Later, 1 week, I really don't think that we need a whole week to recognize a certain group of people, whether it's what we're doing today. If there's a proclamation issued by our speaker, then we don't need a legislation. And all lives matter. We're all equal. We are equal. Not going to get anywhere.
Hasthuya Sigego, such a Haskoshi at a horse. Nay, such a isn't on the Lunson. So I ocean Nihosasio Hashi, Dinch, Kedo Hashi, or Rosses in the way Edota. Pero, Dashine Yan Lenin, Dashine Strike. I should even a coron number on in obsession and I not oh shiven Bishma has undersold name. I see how that you compare the two. How come our veterans only get 1 day of recognition? Yeah, and God bless you all.
Speaker, this is LGBTQ. That moving on down. Honorable Slater.
This is Delegate Daniels. Oh. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to Delegate Brown for sponsoring this legislation, which I think is much needed on the nation to support those who are not recognized by our government and continue to face prejudice from our government, continue to not receive equal treatment before our government. We're a diverse nation that has many peoples, and we have an obligation to figure out as a governing body how all of those peoples can live in harmony on the Navajo Nation. Everyone here is united by the fact that they have ancestors who have always lived in these lands, and they have a right to continue to live in these lands and enjoy a safe environment free from prejudice and free from discrimination. And I call on my colleagues to really deeply perform some introspection and listen to those viewpoints that are different than theirs. Not seek to highlight all of the different identities that people have and say, oh, well, because they did this, they deserve this or that. We need to challenge our assumptions because the facts and the research that Delegate Brown highlighted show how our LGBTQ citizens and youth are targeted and have disproportionate rates of suicidal ideation, of anxiety, of depression relative to heterosexual citizens of the nation. So we have consciously chosen as a nation to elevate heterosexual relationships and people, mainly cisgendered people, into positions of authority and legitimacy before the eyes of the government. And that's a fact. If you're gay, you can't get on your partner's benefits on the Navajo Nation. You're denied health care. We as a nation help perpetuate that prejudice against our people. We discriminate against them in that manner. That's not respect for everyone's truth. That's not permitting everyone here to live where their ancestors have always lived. I think about our grandparents. They want their children, grandchildren. That was their desire when they came back to rebuild this nation from Puebla. They wanted their kids and their grandkids to live here, to use this land, to nurture it, to speak to the holy people, to engage, and to build a life of harmony. So I strongly support the legislation. I think it's an excellent idea. It's a good first step.
And I hope that we can go further as a government. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I don't know the delegates. And all the people that are listening to this teleconference. I guess you could say that this. I would say that today, and also with Yagi Bigit at the Hitara, the Nanani Bonds, SK, your leaf, and my grandma, these old people that goes by that cycle, and then the consolation, they do that. So Ebik was just Ebik today, the Hitara, Hanani Bonds, they got the Chrissy's car, the Nani Tinto. Dahi Tangi beyond and art was Yahi Tango. So, Eddie your lease. So, us, then Villas Line, Lengi, we have no say so in this. So, today, all right, the Nengi, Eka today, Villas Line, Nengi, 8 the net that has on Igila. It's not all right. Tibik how hard of this. Did I yet the Nana Fiddle, son of Fiddle Cracky? A hot Aishanki Bass on in Haila. ADG the hot hair. So to me, has Twisson in DJ at in the Pohodni, Titi for Gatligi, a Hornetigi today. Eddie got not sound like they could in that job. I could 8 John. I would 8 hair. So today, what are the Nate King Hano Bus? The Nate King Sanjiko Sahona needs to please Zengi is Sahata Nayo, Libik or Chito as in Chito Hota Hotio, Jun, what are they? Yaskiko Ebik, it is Jun. Today, what Hayako, Piba Yelkiko. Halita ati nila ako hojo the neck ashaba now sham. Hashit Josani the Basniya with I go to these people, Haswido Sani, Hashita at the neck shanat that is quacky. Demonstrated Hashita at the neck quacky. What you're talking to, what you're telling me about. What if there was an elderly here? Hashita or say, oh, don't know Hashot, oh, don't know Hashita. Demonstrate, Bob, in front of me. I would ask, will be able to do that? I did need to see. But not to say, did need craggy, Halit out of ne? Did craggy. Did in like, did at the Nengi Halit out of Nishidini the shop. The neck as a Zoba has now a shop. Joe, what are you in the stick kitchen? The elderlies are asking me this. I have some chapter official here. I think so go veterans and left. I think so okay. What my brother Rick Nez mentioned it. They're here. They're agreeing with that. So I don't know today our Navajo Nation government doesn't even recognize us. United States, you recognize in his the veterans. We retired. There's 2 retired veterans that are here with me today. So I believe that they could go that ne continue hisugo don't net or it on Tadi Zada. We didn't just sign papers just to be recognized. To know thankful that Shishazung they're here with me today. So why can't they explain it in Navajo? The neck ashigo. Aron the Dahodo, one of these veterans told me that only the 24 delegates are going to be proven on this legislation. What about us, the rest of the people? We haven't get this kind of supporting resolution or supporting group from these organizations that they're supporting this. So Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Arenda kodo Shananta Senegi kodo 24th Navajo Nation Council kodo Naabik'iyati committee members of Senegi. Arenda his staff. Ado kwet legislation kwet kita kogi. Shitna Ash Delegate Brown. Legislation kita nin sos kodo. Nashi kodo adole. Naidil kito in ansi kiesita kodo. Sar kodo pepe yel kodo ado dana ti kodo oyo panai de dog kisigi hotida abstrosh wasado do hwanda o jegi o do hot hegi teda tida zut oyo panai de kitida ado nana kodo bada is last ko ado nana kodo delegate Homer Bake kodo ya hadzi ado nek shaben yel khashna Niniki ani nekodo Adona Shikodo Saziki kodo later scenes as twi Halondish Chiaho as twi the not in the Halo as twin the Hashago Slat Asia the Hathash of the other the not in other Kyoshi Avid the Lado Shakabe Benam Stienho. A corner greater and Ani as twi Bahane Ajuda that they did. They could now see Ginatli, Niki, as twi Bahane, Stratasi Bahane, Hashin saw the deed. Is she Hins and Jot Araban as Kiss Katida? Adonan and a greater Shiaho, the Badas is out the Chicago Shiaho. Adonan Kodova. But night, but the Bade, Siki Kodo Aitan, Halo, Yada, Siko Kodo. So the great ups, Twitchy Hains, and Adonan laid at neckhead, Indigish Hains, and so the Bansas case of that Dakodo, delegate the gay and then Gita. The call Adonan asked for Kinis. So the need a Hinis at the nanny clinic. Don't any clean, so that I can echo. Go a shadow, go a turn it down, or a Bansas case, Zanit. I Navajo people, at 10 years on the street of Sunny, saying dot dash. So that is a Bansas case, or Bansas case go, or not a space under the stage, so that is a Bansas case or did. A coti or you go a panai the dog, she's eat a hot dog. From the great from the medicine man's perspective, though, is a Helene the land song about this case. Adonan the last sort of Chocodo a Kodo and Nikodo a. I seen his cut a dog. I seen his cut a dog. He could do the kid or the age was that. And he needs one day, I got being laid. I seen his that's a cock. I see I had the needs and obedience and his last sword. His last sword just once a day, Ben Haneko every year. Oh, you don't know what it is. So, what I hear, oh, yeah. With all the leather, and see case for it, and so you Bantas case or the Kodo. So, it is also about people, Kodo. I don't know, Kodo respect Nenigi, I don't know, Kodo being humble, so Kodo. So, it is Kodo dam. About the sea, Kodo dam. Share, Kodo, also about Sidon, but actually Kodo Banades, hold you say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, moving on down, Honorable Charlene So.
Oh, yeah, det är Shanabit Edition, Nate Brown, for bringing this legislation forward between the committee members. Naabik'iyati, and thank you to the listeners and the viewers on the World Wide Web. So I want to express my support for this legislation. I know that a lot of different aspects and considerations are put into this as we're discussing this. And as our speaker stated before, surprisingly, this 24th Navajo Nation Council is working effectively. We somehow are joined together perfectly. We have some of us that are older, some of us that are younger. And it's between the wisdom and the knowledge and the perspectives that we all share that helps us understand the differences in the millennials, the baby boomers, and so forth. We discuss each and every one of these differently. We have a different teaching. But all in all, we understand that we were created holy. And I come from a traditional upbringing. When my mom was an educator, I would stay with my grandma and my grandpa. And we would herd sheep after school. And in the summer, I would be with my mom, as my mom would be a principal through the summer school days. So a lot of these teachings, I hold on to all of this. This is something that, we have to bring light to it. Eventually, this discussion is meant to come. If we don't pass this legislation today, yes, the proclamation has been signed, and I'm happy about that. I'm grateful for it. But eventually, we're going to come across this again, whether it'll be the 25th, the 26th, 27th Council. And this is something that can be, we don't have to neglect it. I urge my colleagues, to understand that, the LGBTQI community, they are our children. They are our brothers and our sisters. And this is a time where we can make that historical landmark and acknowledging all, and where we truly see and we stand by what we say, that all lives matter. And this would set a precedent. This would set a foundation for our oncoming generation to understand that their own Navajo Nation government is behind them, to support them, to accept them, to love them, and to provide their equal rights to them. And not only that, this week is not only dedicated for that recognition, but it's for the recognition of the loved ones that we have lost to suicide. And then Delegate Slater, we have lost so many to bullying, to suicide, and because of unacceptance by their own family members. And a lot of them today are still facing that. And it's sad. There are many times where I have young individuals that come to me that seek guidance. And one will say, my mom does not accept me. My dad does not accept me. So I'm not home now. I haven't been home for years. And hearing those testimonies, if you really have that heart, you would think, I want to be there for that person. I want to be their older brother. I want to be their older sister. I want to be a parent to them. I want to be a guardian to them. And so hearing this testimony in my standpoint, I stand firmly. I will support the LGBTQI community, and I will support this legislation. And Shanant, I'm really asking that you look at it from this perspective that I have brought forth to you. Thank you, Shanand. I don't thank you to Shaja, Speaker Damon, to allowing me to speak on this. Shahat.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So, that, any other comments, questions?
Mr. Eugene So here.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious. I recognize these people daily, all walks of life. I don't have any problem with it. As for nothing, because I had this snow, she got I had a car. It doesn't involve anything. It involves the Constitution of the Navajo Nation. They say in the Yada and Hill at Asia. Hahosia, Satan had nothing. Ahalan, Ashen, the basic of Miss Hagoshi Bay, not terribly stop cotton. So, egg at this single bay. I don't want to use in a different way. A credit or a yacht, all about the occasion, so the institution. I don't want that the way DG officer, way line 15, page 2 of 3. On this called us in this in this case, I thought it was on hold how it was on the car non NATO. In someone's case, I think we already know what's going on because of our background and where we're headed and how the upbringing of us. So the whole undated the money the muscle art of mechanism. Don't matter the color, the sex, etc. But to me, everybody is respected, appreciated, and encouraged it. You know, so the crap I didn't see, you know, I'm not against it, but I'm just saying that it's already been recognized in the Navajo Way of Life, Title 1. We already recognize one another. We all respect one another. We already appreciate one another. I thought they had that at 11, to know what we're all the same. I don't know where the states that the government don't recognize us as people. We're all people, no matter what. We all have different kind of people in our in our family. And I do have, yes, that ladies and men that know like or South answer that case, for ladies to ladies and men to men. I respect those people. They're in my family. That's where I don't know where this is coming from. I'm a veteran too, so we're not like that. The Navajo Nation is not supposed to be like that. Our Title 1 law, Constitution doesn't allow that. Only that's in it. That's us. So Chindos and all catch another check. That's our law. That's our Constitution. You can't get away from it. Not so bad. Oh, I have this and so I need I'm not against the legislation. I'm not saying that. Every day, just remind yourself, the veterans they fought for freedom, religion, and press. So that's what the freedom, religion, and press is using in a negative way today. It's like Satanized. Church should I shouldn't had this Steve had issue in this they just keep talking. She said that she said that so last time but even now I can say whatever I want. I can say to you in a negative way. Because you can see daily on the TV, daily everywhere. And she needs
If you see these young kids watch these things, and that can say, should be right out, but that's the freedom of press and speech. So that's what we're allowing these days. So that's a negative way of trying to upbring your generation. Or even the Second Amendment in the Constitution, the rights to bear arms, So just remind yourself, we're all in it together. We respect one another. Het opbouwen van de zeder het aan de basis kiezen. Halen we sneller de So just remind you that we shouldn't be really recognizing anybody. We should be already in our heart and mind how we should be thinking about our people, our relatives. What I don't need to ask, veto, the son is in this case. I'm sorry if I hurt your mind or your feelings or your heart. I ask for that forgiveness, but that's just me. I like people. No matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
I'd like to make another comment.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you. In my original comment, I asked my colleagues to challenge their existing perceptions and values in order to grow. And I echo that call again, particularly after hearing the comments that have been made thus far. They echo some of the worst sentiments in American society today. The only people who are saying all lives matter are white supremacists at the highest level. And we know that that's not true. Otherwise, life would be treated differently by the state, by the police, by the organs of government. And that's not the experiences that we have in our border towns. That's not the experiences we even have within our own government, as I've highlighted. Please listen to the young people. Delegate So really, really, really articulately expressed what I think a lot of us of the younger generation who were raised with traditional stories and values. And we come into conflict now with how do we build this society on the Navajo Nation that is inclusive and supportive of all and is able to create prosperity for all. So I think that we really need to perform some introspection because the content that we are expressing right now is identical to much of the gaslighting. It's saying, well, okay, well, if all lives matter, then why doesn't so-and-so get a holiday or why doesn't so-and-so get this or that? And that's not the point. It's distracting from the rights and the experiences of the people that we're trying to highlight in this instance, because everything that we have constructed right now is suppressing that. It's suppressing it in the policies of the government. It's suppressing it in how we talk about each other. And I'll be very frank, when I started surveying you, my colleagues, about gay marriage, about gay rights, about supporting our LGBTQIA citizens of the Navajo Nation, and I was met with incredible homophobia, things that I didn't even think that elected leadership would say out of their mouths. Jokes about me and my friends.
Honorable Slater, just I think it's more about the legislation rather than, I don't want us to attack each other or say anything. I know, I just wanted to get to that point.
Speaker, I'm sharing my experience about being attacked by my colleagues.
Okay.
Hello. So I'll wrap it up now. But if that's the sort of dialogue that we have in private, we are reflective of our people. And that is why our citizens don't feel equal if they happen to be LGBTQIA. We need to listen to their experiences. They come to us, and our young people need to feel like they have a homeland to return to. I agree, our traditional teachings are not supportive of a lot of the concepts that we're discussing now. And that doesn't mean that they're illegitimate or wrong. But we pick and choose every single day which teachings we follow and which ones we don't. We were talking about the male and female aspects of the calendar. Well, there are a lot of protocols related to menstruation. And what do we do as male leaders? We go in, we interact with anyone in the government. We don't do some sort of testing to determine who might be menstruating or not and how we should interact with them. That right there shows what we choose to elevate or not. We make these choices consciously all the time, and they become unconscious habits that feed a system that does not adequately support or express love, equal opportunity, and our other traditional concepts of inclusion and acceptance. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. That, colleagues, there's somebody else. Once, twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, colleagues, for all of the comments that have been made. I do believe that, as Honorable Nez stated about the veterans, I would be in support of a legislation that would recognize our veterans. I think that is a wonderful idea. I would not support a recognition of 1 week. I believe our veterans do deserve a little bit more respect than that. I would like to see a legislation or a proclamation that recognizes our veterans for a whole month. And I think, in my opinion, our veterans should be honored every single day for what they have done for this country. And I would be in support of that, Honorable Rick Nez, if you wanted to drop legislation on recognizing our veterans for a month, because I agree that our veterans have sacrificed a lot for ourselves, for us, and they should be recognized and honored that way. So I do want to state that for the record. And Otto, I myself have also been raised traditionally. Otto Naabik'iyati, that's where I was also raised too, is in the NAC, Native American Church, as the Nagaha. And growing up, I remember being told by some people that it was wrong to be gay, and I admit that I believed that growing up, and it wasn't until I started, working in the academic field that I realized how important it is to understand where people are coming from. And to me, love is love. Love is such a beautiful thing, and especially during this time with COVID-19, so many negative things that are happening now. Love is what gets us through the day. Love is what brings a smile to our face. Love is what makes us push each and every day, because we all have love in different ways, and we've all experienced love in different ways as well. And I support this legislation. That some of the statements that have been made are very strong statements to both sides. And, I've said it before, I wish that I could explain the stories in Navajo the way that I understand them, the way that it was told to me, and the way that, I have interpreted those stories. And I think in a lot of ways, I think the opinion of whether this is right or wrong is it shouldn't be an opinion of whether it's right or wrong, because I think at the foundation of this understanding is there's love. And to me, love goes a long way. And it's really unfortunate that we continue to live in this society where we don't recognize a lot of our people and where they come from. And I have relatives who are gay, and I love them. I don't love them any differently. I have a lot of friends who are also gay, and I have a lot of constituents who are also gay. And I think in my understanding of how, this legislation is working is it's recognizing the LGBTQIA community. And it's just a recognition. And off reservation recognition has already occurred. We've seen a lot of laws that have protected and legalized whether it's gay marriage or I guess recently there was a case involving a gay couple who adopted a child, and it was a question of, whether that was considered to be the right thing to do. Again, we kind of fall in that argument of, is this right or wrong? And I think, again, that we should be looking at this as the love that we have for our people, and understanding that we're not all raised the same, we don't all have the same beliefs, and we don't all have the same lifestyle. When I heard about the individual who was denied insurance because he was married to his gay partner, it made me think about insurance as a whole. And I commented on that statement that was made, in that when I came to the Navajo Nation, I asked whether I could put my mother on my insurance and whether I could take care of her that way, and I was told no. And so I started to look at the definition of family. The definition of family has changed so much. Some of us, have grandkids that we're raising. Some of us are raising, children that belong to our other family members, but yet we consider them to be family, and we consider them to be, a part of our lives. And so at the heart of this issue is just looking at it that way, is the definitions of so many things in our lives have changed, that this is just another way of looking at that, in that our family includes those who are gay, those who are who fall into the LGBTQIA community. And, there are some who choose to disown their own family for that very reason. But in a time like this, I would think that those kind of feelings could be set aside, because we're losing so many of our Diné people. I have not yet once heard somebody say, oh, that person was gay, I don't feel anything. We feel hurt. We feel pain for all of our people during this time, whenever a life is lost. And so I think, again, it goes back to that love that we all have, not only for each other, but for our people as a whole. So with that, I will say that I do support this legislation, and Honorable Rich Naz, I will support your legislation recognizing veterans for a whole month. And I think that's something that should happen. So with that, Speaker, I'm going back on mute, if you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to chime in and speak to this 1 week of the 1 week of June that will be committed to what would be called the Net Pride Week. And I guess out there. That's the intent of the resolution. Aron da shuntsabo oyo oshkijo tahnati what nahadlen. Alcohol to gear back to the 1 week of the Pride Week. What type of I guess educational and institutional knowledge will be provided to the greater public related to the 1 week of this Pride Week that's being recommended to this very body. Ado ina tinigi e nidadolgi. Ado ina tinigi hit ego nasi hit abe. Ntenen lini be ina be. Hajoye nachit iro didoka. Ish e be ye nachit hajo tene lindole. Ahot abe. Kodo inash. Ado ta'ani. So te ya hot ego dashin kako. Behaz ani midna ay adashiyat o behaz ani الناس بيتها اي تخلص اكو اي دي اذا كاجت اذا شتي احد اي بو ادي نانتيني بتادو ان تدور يشي خيت اي كو الناي ناس يا ايدو تحت دوكا اكو اي دي جي يا اي كودونتش اس نينا تشتيني او اتخا اوشكي جي تحتيني جي كوكو اباشن او اج بانا التهي بنا اج اتي خيت ننيكي اكو ايت خط اني نيرات اشيت ايغو ادين هو كاغي نبديليا وكادا زين بآتا زين ليدي هت ايغو نهو كاغي ارو لاب كادو بآد ليني وهت ايغو به نيليه اي بالنهتي اي إنان ليني اي بتادو ليت اي شيء يسيد او يوينا توي ياداشتي إلي أكو او هت آبي بينش أكو قديش تيجي داشين سكو شاهنان نهدسلا نان ليني كات إني شاه اتلا ليدي هتوي ليدي خدو قديش تيجي إيشت كأتي أيهت ديناش إنت أول نادك أتشيدش تيجي إني تخلنا أكو كروين نجونش إن كوكو هجو بنا هتكيتو هجو نابيكيتسني نيت كو سلا كوكو هاشت إيا بكيدو تشيشتو هاشت إيا بكيدي كوكو اي يا ناس جوت تشيلت نين يا ونزتو ليشتون ده يا ناس اي يا ناس جو اكوشينا ناس جوت إننا ناس تينين ايه تولي اكو جبنا تشنين تشتيك خوف بعد حجلنا خوشا أبنى بعد هيا بنسكه بن ليني هايش بنا بن بعدها آدو هايش يا الناس بن بعدها يا الناس أهوت أي يا نشوف تان سكيتي لي سكيت ليني أكو أي باب الناس أهوت أي أهو نيكي بمثلاك آدي أي نانتين ده تزلاك آدي ده أندشني تو هجوت أرو لنا لا كوكو هو هشيت أحد أيلي تو هيوي نشت إشتيك كون قد إشتيك تدي خا قد إشي كتو اتلادا بنا دون دخات إشي ده أرو لنا تأتنا إشتها دون دا كونت ألنا تكبيرو يانا كاكو أو هيوي نشت نيجي أديش شو Ako venas ego ko dita ade hot ade ko. Benaben it lag hot ayi de gaho yi tahi gaho ko. Hashita. Ako hot ego benet anajni ons. Ako de kote yat nen lin ko. Koni hinant ako ade be ani tahni sozi ya. O baba nas ikit ti edo lesson. O hot abkit ti. Aro nin hit kaho wallo. Aro shi oznada. Aro ndat oshi hajoto lito. Hajoto aro hadi ego ta kode chongo ta yaki tla ko hot ashi khat. Ni khaki hot aka hazlin hallo. Ako lini tani. Stwe. Ya da hit. Ani na shago. Isa ya da hit. Sende. Dige dat baba nas be da huitri. Ana ta David da huil jish. Ad shi sad asado le chnego. Kinde. Hode. Betel chigo. Benashni. Dira be da hazard be aja ba da huil jish. Ako eshi asli nesa nahta. Ako ani khode da shin so baba nach da shin nat ani zini in da khayda da ikas ye nasna hiyal kika. Nan kinsa lag hawate. Ade. Adat. Nan kin ani yego. Toy da haske da sani da haske da hallan koko. Tera do shot ego ka. Sef cage kaya da is at the lehne on sense. Da di stig at on the tebit ada beda khafo. Kit khake tebe ga nan te jike. Kaisa taba ma on sense. Kaisa bija. Kaisa taba che. Asik ego gosto nan kimlini. Yo ye yeda kita. Ba akwi zinge inan lini. An lede chen yaje de lide hajo na chen kino. Hajo inna ya akwen zi. Ejan shi to khad ta wat khad wat wat tahti gat ante. Inan lini ya akwen zi le. Hajo wit yaje skio. Akon ho wate ade na. Ado la da de lag kwaige. Nan kin ade da eki te tehde di shin nan kine ho ke hatte bin na hota da shin ego hota kan hish khulji bin na fashin nan len ya hat ake ako hot ego go ben nash ako ado shin hoto ne da to an hige ego shibilash la in le an higet ego. Ashin dashin sa atan sakhi. Ta dashin sagon lego. Atan hat. Akon de hajo ben na kade na antin leni ko ben na antino. Sa hat. Dit sho ya hat nego pa na yat Benina dishnini. As a member of the Law and Order Committee, there's a lot of things that go on, calls, and domestic violence. You know, the violence that happen, whether it's in a normal home setting. What is that rate at within this area of this community? The aben even additional hajobe kiti kokuyat eto lieutenant adon nakodo shinant kodo Honorable Brown che do da eden kodo ben ani benin ya ito ade hashin so hashin ye ya ko ke hot ego hi da sa ajo shi alia ko shi bohnet za atoya ya ki de bohnet za nego aro la cho ho ewo ye ko bi la go ya ajo ade ajo inayat hi pe nas tahta tol ade cho ebi la ko ashif شو إنسان جو اليا وقيات إهتولي فأنا هتتلاتو كتو أرو لا بي أهنا هتلاتو بيغها وطابش باو استها تو يا شخورة أكو هتا أون هينش كيتولي توين ليغو داشين سوكون أتيه تختهلو أكو هت إيغو أبان ساسكت أوشيناو كانشي بستا أعديو هجوت أني هجوت أديد نيسو هجوت سيسنديد نشو به بناتش هجو أوه دون ده هجو به إكيدي كي بكبيت لاغو هجو هجوت نن ليني يه كيد دو كيد أونسن أتشني أجد لدي سندبي هجس أوجد جدل وشو أتشني أويو أودي شاجو أجيسي هجو يجلس كيدو هجو يجلس كيدو أنا لا هجو بك بكل لا بس الناس جس يكتيه هذا بس إيجو هجو بيجي تنن ليني له ريجي استنن ليني له هاد إيشنا أنت هو سلاج عند أتيس كباهر نهك عند قاعد أود نعنش تخيب نعنش أكو هت بي نش أكو تدا يجو كدوشي هدوشي باسو زدوشي هدوشي داشين سو بناس وآسو لي أهتان خبان سكي أدون دا أن باشنيت إيجو أدو شي هدو نادا أدي شيء اللي هتخاهي هتان يقاسو هتان يتخاهي هتان كله ليدي خويا هدنا نتله ليني نتله ليني ياد أدو لا يعني فيه دون دا مكانو بعد بهلوني يوتا يو ليهكي أو ليجني وباجت ليدي خويا سايت كانت الإن سايت كانت الإن دا نيجو هتا أوش ناس خويا يدا كيندا إيش أو ينسن جندا إيش يا يدا كين نسنجنا بني نش نيني إيتا عاد سو أتخوي بتخاطر تهلا بنا بتخاطر كله إيش يا الناس إيكي يا الناس جو يا كده أكو إيرو يتوسن أكون تدا تنين ليني تدا إنا بتعادو هجو تحت توليسو أنا هجونا إنا يسجي إيه تدا يجو بتشاهدنا هيشنا أو شيلكي هيشن آد إنا ليني أني ديجي ناهدو تلكي إيه إيه بنيا وتا أتوين ليني وتا يسكي كنا كو أوبا يسكي أدون دا كدوشي جوشي بناتي إن ليه كدو جو بناتي بانا ساك كيسون دا جو نانت كن بيت لاغوكو شيخ بوهنت ناشنان أكو أو ناش أكو تو يورانش إيدا تو خارتا ناسا إيتا أو هو هز آجي تسهين ليني إني أو إنها كانت تسكيته ناري تسهين ليني هلون دي لنسل هو ده ناري ناري Inanlini budget shadowly. Ehni ba I. Onsen. Arsi hajin da su yoshka. The shave at ego. And that's kid. A kohokodo near Tatu when slop. The men leaning. As in so go. As his ego van so cost lag. Honesta. Hala. Ani, and she had shin Honey. O children, agent, Napashi, children, agent, he castello. Ado, what that and Chananta. So I raise of Agi. Last slide and le. Zob Ebenacha. One Sahar. Zob Ebenach Ekiti. Lepekti lago go aro at that's a chat aro lata nita but you know change in it no hachin ta hajo which ya just heal aro like it cheese eba ot ego pa yasti additional ko ede hat o it's on na ando so Asha ninta zigit eto nachin si keto hajen lini tasin togo nei na pas nei ego inan lini ahedi paji chadoli inan lini ahedi paji skedoli ta twinne kutachin nida so about now has you just kid. Even unless kind that yesterday or land in a shago. Programs that he added and he had was his case. Kala e ade peninande na shate ade inan lini. It added eat. They never gone at that then. They not hope at that then. Yanda tahita peda ten salik islini hajoya na in the tado ya in the tlado lehe exchange or even now apa hashke Mr. So hashke neither do that for the community I come from. I do that for the people that don't have those things. Fresh air go bahana hatose. Fresh air ben nas adeya. It's on scared only. Even not any clean air but that's in so consonant on bonesia yaki. I think so at each with I big hashing so yes not this one's unnecessary clean. It's yeah, hashi. Yes, it's kid a tail. I thought it's neat that it's killing that I was. Now it's not how the yadi ade was staying. A cut over as he's a lab ade that in. Now it's not that yadi. But it's not a ego na yah nego. Very fortunate to have elders in my life, in my livelihood, on Sunday. Jansi, how did that Hashi is cut under? Oh, what up on Venus? It's the Allah, it's the God, it's the left stake. There's not up a shot, it is up a and fuck it, so yeah, no, so don't Soshi, I don't think I should up and hockey, Soshi, by she, I had seen be. So they do be so that. I call Babin's agency as she and fishing, I think, a cool. Missing it or left or hard or seen it. I can't get over what ego she's the day or go out. I'm that kid. I call I did call. The never care and lean in cash in so you when so she had. The night for the yard, lean the corner, he caught a no to yard, and lean could do. It's not a call. There is not at corn. That is, it all this string, but not at this string. I think that it's on since. Go put out on his position and oh yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, that colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0140-20? Once, going twice, going three times. Board, vote on legislation 0140-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Paul Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Anyone texting?
Speaker, this is Edmund. I'm online.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
And Honorable Vince James. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Speaker with a vote of 12 yeas and 9 nays.
That colleagues, 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation is destined for council. Moving on. Item number C, legislation 0152-20. You could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0152-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJN-49-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Motion. Vice Chair Smith.
Hey, there's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. There's a second? Second,
Stewart.
Second, Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? On once?
This
Question
is
of privilege?
Delegate. Oh, yeah, question of privilege.
That, question of privilege.
So thank you, Speaker. I know this doesn't go to debate when it gets to council. Does it need 2/3 vote? I think that's what it is. All right, thank you.
Yes, you answered your own question.
Typical. Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
That, question of privilege, Honorable Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Question is, has the Office of the President response or have they requested to speak regarding legislation? Thank you.
I have not received anything from Mr. President. Our President Jonathan Nez, staff, have you received anything? I think, was I know, Madam Chair Cardi, there was a press release that was for a different legislation to override another resolution that was passed by council, but specifically not for this legislation. There's been no press release. There hasn't been any formal dialogue. There hasn't been any comments or any possible memos or any emails from the Office of the President or Vice President. Okay, with that, there's questions. Honorable Holona, 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. You know, as we all know, first and foremost, this override on the veto of the elections to turn this over is basically safety for the people, and to move forward with our general election. To cancel the primary, move forward with the general election. And of course, the concern is for the safety of our constituents across the nation. And as we all know, that we had a big debate over this a couple of weeks ago, and it was over 7.5 hours we debated about this. And we concluded that the approval of canceling the primary election and moving forward with the general election, we had success in that. Of course, you all know the pandemic across the United States is still in its first phase, and we're still looking forward to the future, which might not be very bright, especially when the scientists, the doctors, and everybody are saying that there's going to be still a second phase that's going to be coming. And so we need to go ahead and move forward with our election. The people out there are asking about it. Why are we delaying it? And, you know, the big delay was because of this pandemic that started out in March. And everything shut down. The election office fell behind. The offices were closed. Plus, we had a change in the management. And so we weren't able to go forward with our regular process in doing the primary and then move to the general election. And we're so this is a way to have the election this year is to move forward and overturn this veto and move along and have cancel the primary, go on with the general election. We still have time to do this in this year, this time. And so what I'm hoping for is that you support this legislation to move forward. Once we get this passed and it goes through the council and passes again, we'll be able to open up the filing date for our constituents to come in here and process their filing date or application by the end of this month, hopefully around the 27th, 25th of this month, and then there'll be 2 weeks open filing date, and then 10 days grace period for anybody who wants to file a grievance. And then from that point on, it's 90, which will take us clear up to the November 3rd. So to do it, if we don't pass this and we have to go and do our primary election, then our primary election will end up on the day of November 3rd. And then from that point on, it's going to be another 90 days, and we'll have our general election, which will take us all the way to the end of January. I think it'll be first week of February, possibly. And we're going to be dragging our people out there to vote in the cold weather. And the other thing is that there are a lot of officials who have stated that they've called the election office, they've called the election board of supervisors, and if the election takes place in 2021, they want to get off their seat on the regular date, which is the end of December 31st. And so if they don't, they're not gonna go to the end of the year and waiting for us to get election done. They said they'll turn in their resignation 2 weeks before the date, December 31st. And then so those chapters will be without representation for at least a month or maybe even 2 months going into 2021. So we have that situation. The other situation, the biggest one, and one of the biggest reasons that we really want to have our election date of November 3rd is because it coincides with the state elections. And the congressmen, the senators in both states, Arizona and New Mexico, generally win because of the Navajo vote. And so we want to have good representation in Congress and the Senate in Washington. And if we don't get all of our people out to vote, and if we have a different day, there's a possibility that they might not all go out to vote in the state election. But if it coincides with the election with the chapter officials, there's a better possibility, a higher rate of possibility that they will go out and vote in both elections. Again, the other reason for canceling the primary is to have one election. Is right now that you see the numbers are climbing high all over Arizona. They're doing record numbers of people who have COVID, and also New Mexico is starting to rise high. So they're all cutting back now. And the way people are traveling in the summer months here, we just keep our fingers crossed and hope they don't come and bring the virus back to the nation, because here on the nation, it is starting to level out a little bit, but there's still that possibility that it could get worse. And if we do indeed have a second wave, we're gonna have to live with that and fight through it. But with that, I have my agent, Morris, Rodriguez Morris. Do you want to add anything to that, Rodriguez? I'll recognize you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for assisting us and standing for us again today with this presentation for council. Yes, the Navajo Nation, Navajo Elections Administration has actually looked over this issue. We've presented to you before in prior instances, including when the actual original legislation was passed. And we still, the Navajo Elections Administration, as well as the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, have met, and we have considered this matter extensively. We looked over all the options that have been available with regards to the elections for this upcoming year. And we still do believe that we could still have a safe election upcoming November, on November 3rd. We would ask for council to support us in overriding the veto. We do not agree with the position of the Navajo Nation president in regards to stating in his letter that our position and that the legislation that was passed would prevent individuals from their rights to choose their own leaders. The plan that we have come up with to just proceed to a general election will ensure that individuals have a right to vote. We still will be able to have our election coincide with the national and state elections of November 3rd. Yes, sir. And if anything, the president also alludes to the fact that by not having our primaries that's set for August 4th, that would inhibit individuals to vote. However, that only applies to voters on the Arizona side. That does not give regards to primaries for New Mexico and Utah. So if anything, that statement just goes for voters on the Arizona side. So we, as a group and as the board, as within their authority, have looked this matter over. And we do believe, and we're asking for the council to push this override through to allow for us to proceed with our plans. We are prepared to open candidate filing. We've actually been preparing for that and procuring PPEs, setting up decon barriers within all our agency offices, and we're ready to proceed. So we would ask for you to support us in the work that we have done up to this point. There's been a lot of work that is still ongoing to prepare for the upcoming election, and we would ask for the council to assist us by overriding the presidential veto. We do believe that it is a misuse of executive authority in regards to how it was proceeded. And if anything, we would ask for you all to assist us to actually override that veto. And that is the position for the Navajo Elections Administration and the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Thank you.
Okay, Speaker, I will have another agent that would like to make a statement really quick. Melvin Harrison, Election Board Supervisor President. Melvin?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Shanant. I'm going to do Navalish here. First of all, to select Speaker Damon, want to thank you for as chair of the Naabik'iyati Committee, Shanant, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Legislative Council, Office of Legislative Staff. I want to thank all of you for giving me just a few moments here. Just want to just say real quickly, Kadon Jason Sao or us Nida do Nana Anida Nasini. Padona Conti and Nadish are from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. We didn't make this decision to cancel the primary and go with the general very lightly. You know what was paramount to us? Paramount to us, it was the safety of the Navajo people, especially our elders. As all of us know, they're usually the ones that come out to the polls. John Kidon Hada is Navajo Board of Election Supervisor. Kodon Nabayel Kit. Konla the ni entan to this kit. Shilla or Conde Sanda at Yoy. The Chenahoisna, Che way in the ship in the it's other Hunditza. And Nayego Ishi has the son. Oh, you. Even now, we're saying, I think the best possible deal, the best possible way to do this is just to have the general election to pass this legislation on vetoing the president's veto. One thing we also took into consideration was the public health order 2020-009. Joe Ava call for voting. Therefore, notice if given, be on that state, county, and tribal officials should, if possible, postpone voting to a safer date. So, so it's na yego ni shinanta. Kodo even nache. Kodo yego bansi kodo shige. For now, Holona ado kodo Mr. Morris you know, with the new normal, with COVID-19 here, I think this has caused the election office, both the election administration and the board of supervisors, to make lots and lots of changes. You know, like there were no way possible we would be able to do a mail-in ballot. But definitely in the next election cycle, we should most likely be ready. We tried to do electric filing for candidacy. The Department of or DIT wasn't able to finish all the paperwork if we are to start the opening date next week. But that will be in place in the next election cycle. So with the new normal, with the new things that have happened, I think we are ready to move forward. With that, the other thing, the Board of Supervisors also highly considered was maximizing the Navajo voters, just as the two gentlemen indicated as well. Maximizing the Navajo voters for the state and national federal elections. As you all know, Navajo voters make a huge impact on the outcomes of these outside elections. And this year, as we all know, is a very, very, very important election. Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. So we're ready. We're ready to do the election. This is not the first time this is going to happen. This may happen again. there has been precedent about elections being canceled for a whole year. Alabin na shida hot eat. A conti kahuna snihiben na the kusin tagi no. Na snihiben na. Eben na je adokon ni edan lini. Basi tioben na korea cha. Asahade do ash. Ado kodo e joje da doznish. Bin ye kodo e nan hin chkan. Kodo e be hadiste. And I want to thank all of you. Ado kodoshan on that. Again, just want to ask for and request for your support and voting green for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Speaker, I have Delegate Wanika, co-sponsor, would like to say a few words. Delegate Wanika? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Purnell.
Honorable Halona, you had two agents already that spoke. I'll recognize Honorable Wanika as the first one out of the gate when we go to the floor to speak to the legislation. But you already spoke with two individuals. You already had Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Harrison as your agents. You only have two agents. So, Honorable Halona, let me go back to you. Anything else? And I'll give the floor to Honorable Wanika first.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I guess I didn't know the rule that you only have two agents, but I'm just asking for the support of the Navajo Nation Council so that we can move forward in this day and age of COVID-19. We need to really just try to get this done this year. I understand that there has been precedent several years back that there was an election that was canceled, and according to that, it was canceled for a year, and it went over without a hitch. There was nobody that filed any grievance, nobody filed any lawsuits. And this is a different era, a different time, and I'm not exactly sure why they had to cancel the election, but it didn't cause any disruption. But if we try to cancel the election this year for another year, then we're going to have to come back to the table again and sit down, and we have to change the laws, modify the laws, regulations, and to have the election. And then, of course, we have to extend the present terms of the present officials. And again, the problem with that is some of those officials, they want to end their terms this year.
3 days.
And then the other thing on top of that, the people out there some of them are looking they want new leaders in their community. So with that, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. That, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Honorable Wanika. Go ahead. Floor is yours. Honorable Wanika. Can you hear me, Honorable Wanika? Can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and members of Navajo Nation Council. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, I just want you to bear with me. I haven't completely gone over what I went through. So the only thing that I still have to work on is my coughing. And when I start speaking, it still really irritates my throat. So, but bear with me for a while. I do hope that we can override this. One of my main concerns is we keep saying that we're going to work together with the President's office. And I think on the part of the Navajo Nation Council, we have done everything we can to do that. And it seems like I don't care what legislation we submit, it continues to veto certain section or the whole of the legislation. And I think in order for us to get some of the things that we want to do, to have it like for this override of the canceling the primary election, in order for us to take care of it, it seems that the only way we can do it is
Hello, Winika, we lost you.
Hello.
There you go.
You're back. Am I back on?
You're back on now.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that I hate to start to do working with the president by him vetoing and then us overriding it. I don't think that's a good way to work with your leadership. But it's happening. So, and time-wise, having this election, it's getting to the point where if we don't pass this, if we don't override this, we're going to end up having to come up with a new timeline, and we're going to end up having to extend the terms of so many. Well, I should say all the elected officials, maybe 3, 4, or 6 months. We have to extend their terms in order to go with what the president wants is the primary and general election. I know primary is very important. In the county election, the primary is the most important because whoever wins in the primary, they're either running unopposed in the general or whatever because of the two-party system. But still, in the general election, usually it's candidates for the Democrat and Republican are usually the ones that are elected. So sometimes our people, most of the time, our people run as Democrats. And sometimes there is an opposition as far as Republican is concerned. That's where the general election is very important.
What is it?
I don't know how many of our people is going to be in that situation. I think that's where we can really help by keeping the general election to coincide with the general election with the national elections. And so, but if we go with what the president wants to also have the primary election, then all the dates is going to be off. By canceling the primary election, all the dates will remain in place. The only difference is going to be there's new dates for filing, but all the positions going to be addressed. So that's one thing that I think some people are worried about is that some of the positions going to be left out. That's not the case. All the positions that's going to be addressed will be addressed. So I hope that we can go ahead and override this. And but I feel this legislation is very important for us to send a message as far as working together, as far as the leadership of the Navajo Nation is concerned. Thank you.
Mr. Williams has been sick.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, Speaker.
Isn't that good? Isn't that good? Study the delegate?
Are we still on the call?
Yeah.
We're still on the call. I don't know where the speaker. Speaker?
Yes. Can you hear me, colleagues?
We can hear you now, sir.
Okay. Sorry, we are having technical difficulties here.
No.
I need to make sure it's the recording. So, is that one recording? Okay. Thank you, colleagues. With that, I know that there's a motion and a second on this legislation. And we just now heard from Honorable Wanika. Is there any other comments, questions on this legislation? 0152. Eugenio, go ahead.
Speaker David Rushland, 24th Navajo Council, and I want to say that there's one word that describes this as a dictatorship. You read that letter, the veto letter, that's what it says. This is how I want it. This is how I see it. Now, for election supervisors, this is what you should do. For me, that's how I think I do. And so, Lord, election supervisors, I've been on their meetings all the time. And they have talked about it, how they're on plans, working with their interim executive director, Mr. Morris, who has some really, really good ideas as far as having a state election. And so, even I feel that we should exercise our council as our authority to get the override moving forward. That's another way. Let's take it to council next week to do that. So we still have the election. And so, as far as our position as council, we need to override this so we can still move forward with our general election. There are people wanting to run for office. They're waiting on us so they can start campaigning and get new leadership moving at the local level, at the chapter, at the school boards, and other places. So, yeah, let's move forward. I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. That, colleagues, back to just in the last couple of minutes, colleagues, if you see, look to your emails. Madam Chair Amber Crotty asked earlier if there was any kind of information or any memo or email of any sorts regarding to this legislation. And it seems like Jared Tutchin from the Office of the President, Vice President, just reiterated to Council that good afternoon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As a reminder, attaches to the memorandum outlining OPVP's reasons for the veto of CJN-49-20. This is related to the legislation 0152-20, which is currently being discussed and Naabik'iyati committee. So I just want to let you know that that's the only thing that we have received so far, colleagues. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue on this legislation. Comments, questions? Going once?
Sure. Hello.
Going twice?
Eugene So.
Eugene So, go ahead.
I only have one question. Easy about that much. I come across a legislation from the Eastern or something like that regards to this legislation. I don't know that they want to postpone the election. But so how check the resolution is. It over now.
Well, Eugene, so
yeah, I'm questioning the resolution from the Eastern Agency. I think was council approve a legislation regards to, resolution to postpone the election. And I think other chapters also had some too. I don't know if that's a question. I don't know if it's a little, but I'm trying to pull up my legislation in here.
okay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
This is Yellow Hair.
Delegate.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Yeah, there's to the speaker.
Yeah, day.
That your sponsor does say override the legislation. On such case, November 13th of general election. But I know we're trying to change the law. Why don't we just shorten out the days? The primary can still be done next month. I should drop your cost for the primary can still be done by middle of August. Just shorten out the days. Look at the primary. A quick question. Next days, fit those days in there. I could start not only. I don't, Mr. Chair, under Boston Dahi board members, Melvin Harrison. I would start primary on middle of August. So, just another we can do it. As all show visa. Our primary, you. That's a way to do it. Don't say it. Could all took a little bit on your ticket or teacher of ne. To have primary and then better than short not these days. I was the hostel in the Piga on me. What about her? Not on it. What about our say, because our primary bond, be fair to all people have right to vote. Other would say they can tell to however choose and $1,000. They would tell you, show one suspicion not on it. Halona should not ask. We're overriding. Hashita yet ate all it in Nasha. We are down this case or the Kadohi to her state 24 councilman. As I job on this case, they would die earlier yet and Hashit ate all this also say they did not eat or Nigat in there. So the people can also other problems they can file for those type of stuff within 10 days. That's my comment, Speaker. I'd never have any trustee. Though it's not on the very honest and it's not any could buy. And so, Kitito, Chrissy Father, I say, Gito, Jabaya Stewart. Allah need to on teachers and so good up on this Alona, hot air on his thoughts. I want to let Speaker. Thank you for your statue. Legislative Council, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll go back on mute now.
Speaker, this is Delegate here. Want to speak?
Thank you, Honorable Gallagher. Let me go on down to Honorable Amber Crowdy.
Speaker, colleagues, I just wanted to ask, in terms of that, thank you for letting us know that the memo did arrive. So I'm reviewing it, but I think to sponsor in this legislation, and I pulled up the tally. As a delegate, I did not vote for this original legislation, 123-20. And I'm still, I think, and what my concern is, and I have sympathy for the sponsor colleagues for what I'm not seeing enough is accountability for the Navajo Election Administration Office. And I think in terms of from the very beginning, when you, in my mind, I just feel like they keep waiting for council to bail them out for their lack of planning. Since the beginning, the first attempt was to, to cancel the elections when that didn't go through. And now we're here faced with canceling the primaries. And as I passed, the state election primaries have taken place in New Mexico. The election office is online, having conversations with upcoming primaries. And it, in my opinion, this type, and this is a tough one for me because this office is under the legislative branch. And so there is really no one that we can blame or shame but ourselves that we're not properly prepared for our people to vote, and so that there's because what it also does is it creates a mindset of other individuals who want in their community and are looking and putting keeping their leaders accountable. And a delegate representing I've had a mixed bag of chapter leadership the occasion, or chapter leadership who basically abandon, in my opinion, their duty and we have no accountability, no answers to emails, no answers to phone calls. And so I think in terms of, that's why for me it's so critical that the people have that right. And I'm very curious in terms of also just the personal stance, where in 2014 of really the rally cry from the people to have their vote and have their vote counted. And so I think this is contrary to Navajo Nation's stance in keeping accountable. I'm not sure, and I'm going to ask Legislative Council, as an individual Navajo citizen, am I able to sue the election office for not allowing my right to vote? And the second is, in reading the line item veto, there was a sentence in there saying something about Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And so I need clarification if the Department of Justice has provided any insight or any recommendations on how to preserve the right to vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Crowdy. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, and there's a couple of questions there, and from Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Yellow Hair as well. So I'll have your time to respond. Honorable Lona.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. To answer the question that Eugene So presented,
Yeah, there is that it was the comment on the end of the legislation where people comment the 5-day comment period, and that's where the Eastern Agency got together and voted to support the resolution to cancel the primary for a whole year. And they also, I think, there was some chapters on the Western Agency who did the same thing. But the thing that we have to remember on those resolutions that are being passed right now is that there are only a limited amount of people who are voting for those cancellations, and that are basically the chapter officials, because of the quorum size is not down, is down, and a lot of the general public are not voting on those issues. So that number is a little bit skewed. And to Mr. Yellow here, I believe there's laws in place right now as far as when you can have how many days in between that you can have a primary election and then the general election. And that's 90 days. And it gives time for the candidates to be able to go out and campaign and try to get a seat, to win a seat in their for the position that they're filing in. So we would have to go back and change those laws again. And see, every time we come up with these things, and if we have to go back and do that, we're just going to get farther and farther behind. And with the canceling the primary and moving forward with the general election, it will keep us in line. And the other thing I'd like to add to that is that over the last 2 election periods, all over the Navajo Nation, about 80% of those officials that applied for those positions, there are only 1 or 2 candidates that applied for those positions. If there was more than that, and then you had a primary, during the primary, it just narrows the field down to 2 positions for each chapter. We already have that, over 80%. So in a way, we're wasting money on the primary election to begin with, because everybody that only has 1 candidate or 2 candidates that file for the positions in a chapter automatically goes into the general election. So that's another thing to think about, and that is a big reason why we decided that this would be the best route to take, because there's not a lot of people are interested in running for these official positions for the chapters. And so that to answer your question on that, Mr. Yellow here, there's just not enough people that are interested in applying for these positions. It's so limited there. As far as Ms. Karate, I know this is a legislative deal. Early in March, we had a changeover in administration. And when Mr. Moore started in there, he didn't have a staff because of the shutdown from the pandemic. And so if anything's to blame for this situation today, it's not us to blame. It's the pandemic that we should be putting the blame on. And we just did not look forward to having this position here. So we're in a position now where we need to go through with this situation here. As far as being the blame, I don't know if anybody has ever sued before, but we can always find out. And I know that the last election they had several years back, I found out that they had postponed the election for a whole year. But again, like I said, there was never anything came out of that. Nobody sued the nation. Nobody, I don't know what the exact reason was for, but I do understand that there was an election in the past that was canceled. So canceling the primary and moving forward with the general election shouldn't hurt us there. And besides that, a lot of those positions, some of those positions in the chapter house didn't have a candidate running. So then we had to have a special election to fill those positions. So with that, Speaker, thank you.
Okay, we're going back to 4. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. And colleagues, good evening. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello? Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, Aroshana, Mr. Halona, and your agent, Uncle Korogi, I support this legislation over the veto. The chapters, the 4 chapters, other chapters, to do just a general election. There isn't that many people that pick up the applications and submit them back. But chapters also, they just have one person running for office. And then majority of them were concerned about that. Those that were purged during the last 2 elections, there was a lot of voters that were purged. The day that came up again at one of the chapters, they had over 900 that are still eligible to vote. So that's what I want to share, is that these are the things that they bring to me. So they said, do the general. Support this legislation, Donna. So that's what I want to share. Chair.
Hey, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't, Halona. I don't get that share whether Mr. Wanika yet. I don't get that there's no either delegates. There's 2 things not key. Because you think about now these two things. One is that that got the whole DG that that it never happened. Because got DG the whole this today. That a lot of people that I know has this recently. I just got I got to meet them again, but today and then someone one of them flew out to my wife ended up in Phoenix. She's on ventilators. I know the stuff back home. It's very so one of his dad, one of the family members that I know, elderly from Dalcon, is a very good person. She's positive with that family again. I know her. She's doing the best she can to be strong. I know. Today, in the midst of this, that just lately, immediate my thought with these people here is that in the midst of this, we haven't even learned how to live with this COVID. Speaker, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
There's somebody.
Second, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. The company and all that it's very important being hard there, being in this leadership. And media the basic is me just what are we dealing with, and what's the very priority to us today with the lives of our people that come back with what we're saying, and we're trying to spend the money. We haven't spent 1 cent yet, $1 yet on this COVID-19 fundings. In the midst of this, indeed, which is very important. Follow the need that all these the wonder on the agenda. Today. So in a banana aid to the end of Senegal, other my fellow delegates. We don't know what's going to happen. They could announce this. Some days just canceling the primary. One thing we say that we have a bill of rights. People have the right to vote. So within the law, it says that that the person has the right to vote on the primary and general election. When we do that, we're going to be violating the bills of rights of the person's right to vote. Then, it's going to be a lawsuit now. Even not November now, we worry about the second wave. I'm worried about my people. Elderly, who knows that everything will be okay. The way we're doing it today, with social distancing and washing our hands, we're still losing people. How do we know that at that time it's going to be okay to do that? I have a resolution from Tisto and Dalcon chapter saying that postpone this. The they're very vulnerable to this disease. So we're not canceling that. We're going to be postponing the people's right to vote until next year. The people has the right to choose their own leader during the primary and during the general. I think this is very important. What kind of decision we're making today? Nobody don't understand what it is. Nobody haven't seen it yet. There's no medicine for it. There's no cure for it. My relatives every day. If you're doing that for people, you put your passion in there. Whatever you have, you can't but you rely on that. It's the speaker. That's it.
Hey, with that, we go on to Chairman Daniel So. Actually, before I go on to Chairman So, let me go back. To Honorable Holona.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Wilson Stewart. Thank you very much for that insight on some of the voters there in your area. I see they understand the situation here. I just want to say thank you for that support there. Elmer, I think, yes, we are going to try to cancel part of the election, but still, the people will still have a chance to cast their vote for the candidate, the person that they want to vote for. And that would be in a general election. So we're not actually taking the fundamental right away from anybody. And so they will still have a right to vote and still have a right to vote for the person of their choice. The pandemic, like you said, we're worried about it. If we bring our people together 2 times and have a primary and rush to the primary and rush to the general election, there's that chance that somebody else out there is going to pick up the virus. So in this way, in this respect, we're really worried about the people's health. I don't want anybody else anymore to get sick any more than you do. And some of the people that we know have left us. Several people in my community have left us, and we're just going to be exposing all of our people to the virus again if we continue to gather them together. 1 time gathered up is better than 2 times. So that's I understand that.
Speaker, can I do a follow-up? Speaker, can I do a follow-up?
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, Speaker. Alona, what I mean is postpone those lists. My resolution that I have on Keystone.com is postpone of the Konahot next year. The Shao Charlie hold this Apahazinia Ede Edaki this photo. Jot up on Saki Ede Yako, that's right. I think that's not honestly. I think a lot of these school board members and chapter officials, I think they'll support us. The family will support us. I would the lost loved ones go crazy. President is right. What he says with the president nation is right that we're violated. So all postponed stuff. But so bandit in Kikoje. For if it ever and yeah, she's Jado, others say Wedo.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, so on that note, Speaker, I know we tried to introduce that to the public, to the council earlier on to postpone the whole election. And I think we voted that down. They didn't want to postpone it for a year. And so this was our the next step was to try to have it this year again and to continue forward with it. And so this is why we had that 7.5-hour debate a couple of weeks back. And that was because we didn't want to postpone it for a year. And a lot of the people that are in those offices right now that are serving in those positions, they want to retire this year. They don't want to go past the end of their term, which is January 31st. And so if we do postpone it, and then those people that don't want to serve anymore are going to resign their positions, and then we're going to be stuck with having to do another special election just to fill that vacancy seat. And there are several people that have called the election office and asking them about that. So trying to get the election done this year is going to save us all that other headache of trying to have a special election to fill those vacant seats again, so that somebody can serve for another 6 or 7 months again until we have another primary election and general election, which will be next summer. So with that, Speaker, thank you.
With that, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
That is Sicily. Kada santa hagi kwagi sa nisle base pa na kwagi sa to ba hadis kedo shedna that twices on the tails and do kodo da enough sangi to bagi ko bespas anni kliniki kwagi ba yelke November 3rd kwagi state and national election on the Alteto. Nihitanashing Arden da Kadole at the polling place. A quaggy Zoba Honitando Arden da Kadole at Ish Astanzen. A quati quaggy Bahwin Tinigay, but Sana Ido Idi Link so even ya quaggy Ardole. November 3rd. The Christian Yelka. Aho. Naznilla. Asagota. Deal what? Primary go. So I heard because it's also general election up in on. Quacky na kid. But not so without a quaggy satilla Honorable Edison Winika and you've cut the last time. Of course the primary not wouldn't yeah. Ashi ni the Queen Milia Jashin Base of Bahadodley. Asahate. That is Nilla A. Joe Craggy. Not so snanas, so Vigi A. The smart. The Queen Meal Shin Bahadodley, Higi Craggy. Base of the Jado Seaston said that. Ukaban CK, so A. Voting right. So. It's not postponed Iliago. But now Eddie need that. So quaggy this decision at all a ota so the asta. But now in the at the us the needo. Yeah. Voting rights violation, that's it. Look, Quaggy has won this case. Oh, you're to what out a bond yesterday. Oh, because you're voting rights, eh? Oh, he did it. When the one out in the Quaggy, yeah, the voting rights, he but endorse chores only. So, could you non such a endorse us? Quaggy back when no send only. Just squeezes on the ADG Azotoli. So, voting rights, Sigi. So, a housing primary election. So, general election. So, what are your kata? The right to vote. So, a housing, the right to vote at every election. So, I say, what are the kata? What are a Hazoba when it's in dollars? And I Quaggy. A Quaggy. Night the Kidiki. You see, but night the Kidiki. The Quaggy. Beta now did I need that. So Ziki. A Quaggy. Oh, a big. So they store the art of the nuts at the so she is Kidigi. A Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, great. In the dog quaggy.
what esto tato hajob an si case to le sa squeezes on it a kundlater kwagi JP partners nila panashahagi ya JP ko sla tahol tahato akato le general election do le shokat niya taho ai si na sa dahol no taho ya o ayat ito le taho ai sin khas tui baba da haske nasta nito kwagi ito sato tinas ni hiki to ki sato oyo yang taben ne sisto la ai si aho wanda sutta go shayat tutan zendo hat sa deidis ko kwagi sato be bansi case to le ay si be hasti ki in lata it's also is the tragedie of Kalgon niet de nee arenda gedolig. Well, a copenhagen we are hato legat niniki ja niet de nee at gesane lao at o as ben je koje state will yahiki to county will yahiki to federal election iki AR just ne law nacha nahin nacha tana anda ahigi benacha nta honne even na kat asada na kidda kada ta khaytso I don't quite I don't kudo Congressman, Senator Alco Quaggy, Gusila, baby, the souls, Iki in Cup, but that is neat, but on Ninkla. So are the entire case, given be Quaggy, so they don't hide it. He dies of so Ziggy, the Indi Chateau, Nas with the deal, neat to the override EGB London Lake. Without on this case, EG ito the nature has seat or like just tweezers on without it has seat.
Speaker, can I say something again?
No.
Okay, with that, thank you, Chairman Dennis. We'll move on down to Honorable Mark Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Halona and your agents as well. And, I'm thinking about the debate we had a couple of weeks ago. Shinat, I really have two real important questions to ask. The first one is, can we guarantee the health, the safety, health, and well-being of our Navajo people? Can we guarantee that? The second question is, can we also guarantee the health and safety and well-being of our poll workers as well? Remember, there's a prediction coming up that a second wave of COVID is coming in the fall. That's a huge undertaking right there. We don't have a vaccine. Yes. Every day people are exposed. Every day people are dying. Do we want to take this risk? This is something we have not faced and will probably never face in our lifetime again, Shanata. This COVID-19 is an invisible killer. I'm real concerned about our people, the elderly, especially the most vulnerable population. The hugest body that votes is our elderly. We need to protect them. We need to do everything we can to protect them. It's a huge risk. It's a huge risk, Shanata. And I see it from that side of looking at it from the side of science, not the side of politics, but the side of science. We're still dealing with the first wave right now. We cannot get this first wave of COVID under control at this time. We're the only country, industrialized country on the planet who cannot deal with this first wave of COVID. You look at other parts of the world, they've already flattened the curve. Look at what's going on down in Maricopa County. It's the largest exposure in the nation. We really need to protect our people, Chantal. And I say this wholeheartedly because hearing stories of our people who are exposed, hearing stories of survival, knowing people that passed as well. This is a silent killer. Should we risk putting the lives of others at this situation again? Should we even consider it? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. But for me, I want to know, can we guarantee the health and safety and well-being of our Navajo people should an election occur in November, Chantal? That's all I want to know, as well as the poll workers. And what steps and what actions are we going to take to make sure that guarantee is fulfilled? Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, can I say something then?
Yeah. Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Speak after Delegate Begay. This is Delegate Crotty. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me go back to the panel first to answer Chairman So and Honorable Freeland's questions, and I'll come back to you, Honorable Elmer Begay, and then Madam Chair Crotty.
Okay, thank you.
Helena.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, Daniel, Mr. So, thank you for your remarks. That was most of the positive remarks there as far as what we're going to be doing, how we need to approach this. There's no real way to say how important this is really going to be for the Navajo people, as the virus is still prevalent in our community. But we're starting to learn how to live with this virus. Although it's still prevalent in our community, we got it. The life still goes on. I understand that too. And so thank you, Daniel, So, for those comments. But as far as the protection, Mark, Mr. Delegate Freeland, we can't really guarantee the safety and health of all the people, but we can minimize the threat. The election office has already gone through now, and they've gone through and had the offices put together with the polyglass, the PPE protection, the hand sanitizer at the stations. So those are the things that we have to rely on to help keep us safe. So there's no way we can ever guarantee the safety. Like you said, this is an invisible killer. How do you fight an invisible person, invisible threat to your life? But we can minimize those threats. And another way to minimize the threat is, instead of having two elections, a primary and a general election, we can minimize that threat by having just the one single general election, which that will count and having the people to serve in their communities. As far as the steps, I want to leave that. I'll let Mr. Rodriguez Morris, explain all the steps that they've taken to mitigate the situation and reduce the threat to the workers and the public when they come in to vote. Mr. Rodriguez Morris?
Good evening. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity to have an input again. And I thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, for your question. And that primarily, it has been my concern since I've been assigned here with the Elections Administration, is the safety for the staff members and for the general public. And a lot of the assignments and the tasks that we've been working on as a staff here has been to make our work environment as safe as we can. We're also looking at safety protocols and procedures for the actual open filing period, where we would provide PPEs for all individuals, even if individuals had come in to file for their application. If they do not have PPEs, we would provide that for them as well. And for staff members as well, we've deployed our actual decontamination barriers. I have there's three of us that have military background. So we've implemented those decontamination areas within all our agency offices. So we're taking every precaution that we can, and there really is no guarantee to ensure that we would have a safe election. But we are taking all necessary precautions that we will need to take, to include, we are going to be looking to push a lot more absentee ballots for our elders. There will be campaigns by radio, by social media, to encourage individuals to vote by absentee ballot if necessary. But even to provide on the day of the election where people can go to poll sites, and there'll be alternative options to include curbside voting if necessary to mitigate community spread of the virus. So we are looking at all these viable options. We've also been working closely with the states, primarily with the state of Arizona, and we are looking to work with the counties, and we're looking to share sanitation equipment to include even PPEs. And these are things that we're looking at. They gone a little bit farther to develop protocols, and we're looking to adopt some of those protocols for our safety as well. So this is ongoing work, and I'm quite we're quite confident that we will be able to provide a safe environment. Thank you. What's that to me? Victor?
Hey, thank you, Sir Rodriguez. Alona, is that it?
Yeah, I think that answers everybody's question.
Okay, let me go back to the floor then. Honorable Alma Brigade.
Okay, Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, I wrote Alona and Winika. I wrote Hodosha, where the Hadid to Daniel. So, Yat I wrote Doshinado had Hadid Mr. Freeland. So, yeah, I knew it here on CK. I think the president, if you look at his memos and his veto memo, he wanted the alternatives, alternative accommodation. No, this is to protect the voters' right. Canceling is not a alternative, and then the accommodation hereby is going to be a violation. It is a violation. So he was talking about the primary and general election. It's only you. I listen to you. I honestly agree with you. But when it comes back down to what the safety part of it, people comes around. For that, so they're not practicing their safety part of it. As it's about any got a hayako. Or that's the today, DG, they got a hayako. So if it's like we're not guaranteed that there's going to be a safety part of it, the way safety is going to be going with this election, the balance in the city, Neko, Francisco, on these, a sweet son, Bahans in the so I don't that you see, I think so good, question double so I don't actually had this, but no, but that's don't they can't go. What but the wasn't so Bahans in so could all bounces, Kitty, go. I don't have the postpone the Yakona hot add so what I don't doubt about your need. Kadosh came in because the southwest part of the reservation. Couldn't hear any time. It's in the midst of our community. In the Arctic, she's the air door, Panda in the Congo, the Cindico, area of door by Hanadis in the Congo. So it's an alternative accommodation. We all say just to protect the rights of the voters. So canceling it's not alternative. So postpone it. Then they could have it that the whole had a no other than say so. What up on CK? So they it was about another speaker on Saturday.
Hey, thank you. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Where's yours?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I'm going back and also reviewing my notes. And my hope is that there was a review by the delegates regarding has stated in fighting the states, fighting the counties for Navajos to have a polling place in their communities because of all of the challenges. What concerns me, Speaker, is that now we're on the record position because Arizona is going to have a primary on August 2nd. Is this council now saying no polling places on August 2nd? And if so, we should be very explicit in saying that because we have Coconino County on calls, we have Apache County, we have Navajo County.
Madam Chair, we lost you there. Is she still on? Let me go to the question of privilege. Honorable Slater, question of privilege.
No, Speaker, it was I just wanted to know what's going on with the audio. Thank you.
Okay. Seems like we lost Madam Chair Crotty. Chair, are you there?
Sounds like some Russian election interference. Could all use a quick smile.
Thanks for using the time.
Speaker Damon, some of us got cut off.
Okay.
Speaker, allow me to speak later.
Okay. That, Madam Chair Crotty, you go. For once.
When what?
Madam Chair, are you still there?
Twice.
Hey, 3 times. That, moving on down. Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, Honorable Halona, Onishisins, Kodokait, Lata, Link, no, Nanta, Eshmahas, Anasani, Eol Naabik'iyati, Hot Ocean, the Hot Ocean, Hot Zashan, one hit on Nidoshan. Honorable Crowdy, and Kisna. Either way, Hajikoshin, we're still going to get blame on the, blame or shame. Hajikoshin been a hit on the. I thought, Nick, if it after the space was on the clinic. Hala, there has only had an age in Kinanish in Ilzam. I was now Roya Hatzi, Daniel So. Native the Kro, Ni voting rights, Gish, Nish violated Ilash, the Gash. But I guarantee you, Yagi, Nish, the Nash Beva, Yank at the end as tomorrow. They March 17th at Anal Sosa the Liagi. On the 17th, in the Zidik, a Benilton. Benilton, Hini Bahnas Toga. Died at any Hilachis to Halla. Died then. I can't the bigger Hinson. Didn't hit Hanas Lenigi. Annie. Ocean, Hit Aran, Instead, it Hit Ocean has laid out a liagi on the Spahusanda. And that I can't talk then, Nenegi, so drought, Nenegi. The Hit Aran, on to Hit Ara, Nihil Yara. On his all at the whole nation now. We can say all we want. We need to protect our people. We as a government can't do that. I can't do that. I can only provide what we can to them. Ahuiliado Leshigi. After the next ocean, Dahaliado gave Bepansala. A cock are the sheet at data. Being Nathan Nenegi. And that in and Kahnas Negi 1 year. 1 year that they named the Snanta. Even though we say 1 year. Not for all nation named. And they don't know what I hold ocean 1 year. Of course, 1 more year is not the NATO less. 2 more years is not the NATO less. I think what we need to do is just vote, see which way. That's all we need to do today. Let's just vote on it. Thank you.
Oh, Speaker, Mr. So here.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. That moving on down. This is the lineup: Honorable Paul McGee, Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Paul McGee.
Take me off. This is Freeland. Take me off. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, because I agree with my colleague Rick Ness, but I don't think we want to go another 7 hours on this. There are certain circumstances that arise that we have to consider and readjust. In this case, it's the election. So now we're trying to help our people. So yes, I agree with my colleague
Brother Ignaz, let's vote. Yeah.
We're on down. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, I'm right here. Sorry. I didn't really only ask the question a while ago. I didn't say much about that over right here. Seems like over in this case, the way I think, I want to have an election where people will really have a good gathering and have a lot of meeting and hugging and shaking hands and people serving food and etc. And they want that during the election to meet other people again who haven't been seen before. In that this case election. The election Ani o state or federal is no down a paya a codo net had yard and oh it's right. But Ani o is voters' rights or no everybody's the people only does only palia. Oh I could angel. We can we minimize the threat, huh? And then again, we said we can't guarantee it. So if we're going to say if we can't guarantee you come and vote this day, it's your right. Who are we going to sacrifice? How many are we going to sacrifice just for voting? The people. So oh, that's us, but not the people out there. And there are people still dying. Yes, we can say it's us, but yeah, we're saying that it's us, me, but not the people out there. So what I found this case, and President Assad, Mr. Hassan, although he contradicts himself again, on weekends or after 8. Or it's a contradiction. Other than that, it's not just up. It's kind of auto-based. Oh, Jesus. And one thing that I need chapter then, you're not DJ. Then not the yet other critical she could go DJ. Yeah, so who are we as a council? You see, no, to make that as a quorum. We're the lawmakers. We're the ones that what our Bahatilia. Because then she don't not need to lead the 8 other quid that is like maybe Eastern. I saw that one. And so I don't Western doctors so I don't see because in that or at the chapter maybe it's just a few, yes, it's the other way around. This is my right, it's no, but that's not a vaccine for this COVID-19. We have to understand if the law is going to be the vaccine, or we have to keep the people safe, so to just to keep the numbers down. I think that's going all right now, and right now, all on the numbers. But that don't mean we have to let everybody out there to election with no guarantee. We learn to live with it. No, but not the other people. Maybe it's us that were saying it for ourselves. We have to think later. That's the only way we can save one person or two, etc. So the way quiz Yadi legislation 007520 net need falls off for 60 days. We didn't vote it down. So that legislation is still there. So on this case, so it was posted at April 8th that down. I call 80 governor. Look at what's going on in Arizona. We're breaking records. They can't stop it in other states or so we need to start thinking we can't save everybody. Yes, we can't be the vaccine for them, but at least we need to give it a big try to not to put them all in one place. I just was looking at the TV. They are going to start on the 27th of July with whatever they found that is working. And they're already making millions of bottles vaccine for it. But it has to go through a lot first. So, the law the law. So, vaccine because I'm an elderly. And those are the ones that's what I need diabetes, and our people out there, they would like to meet some people again. They like to have a normal voting. This is my this case. Yes, I'm not going to save all the people. Yes, I'm not a vaccine, but at least I'm going to try to save at least one. I don't want to sacrifice them. So with that, my colleagues, thank you.
Thank you. On Beijing, so let me go on down to Madam Chair Naabik'iyati. You back on the line?
I'm back on. I'd just like to hear my answer. Thank you.
Okay.
What's going on with Arizona primaries? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, Speaker, though, committee members and which one so Tyson of Zanaki so check a house. Other us, Mr. Helona, and then your agents. Just want to make a few points here. Water distribution, a data to go and that a shared nate, Shagito, or taught a trade Z that's all, yeah. I could already about that. The food distribution has been going on all summer, and that turned out to be much needed and very much appreciated. And it has turned out to be events that draw people to provide locations at a school, at a church, a chapter house. So we've been seeing that. The free propane, though, Mr. Sakonigi, Edo, the net, Yota, Edo, Kuishi, or Yute across the Navajo Nation. Again, it's very much needed and appreciated, and it's gotten to be very popular. You know, the kindness, the generosity associated with helping our people. So I'm hearing that when it comes to elections, you know, we need to be very, very extra careful. I guess I want to make that point. Soon, maybe next month, early next month, later next month, or the next month after that, September, how Shane School will have to resume. They have to continue. Edo kwage ba Chinese na ba city. Asian da zin hian tot Johnson. Edo in hilaj hodon the e ko. Ko nan stage gaming da. Nishine yache County Nigi Twin Arrows Casino. Nadia da Shahid Edo le George ko anda di nesta no gaming enterprises. But na Hudson na Nathan no de could end contact Bishmas anda ni kliniki tane ye ba huidia yat fancy divers anni da di nicho cha edo ajo isashi pan son si da di ya or thagi do di la da do le pa anta le ki navigate asa che do ne se kwage the create kitnes na kitsa ta hel kitchen and ado I see ban hatiki ko choda to nature hat ne connected shanan ta pan nigi ta din Naabik'iyati yahiki. We are on the right track, and this is certainly our what we're doing here as Naabik'iyati committee on this matter. With all things considered, considering all things that relate to the matter, the question before us. Several months ago, the pandemic began. The nation, it set up the health command